Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Transformers. Scientists, Reconstructing Cybertron. Part 1. Cybertron, Count City. Cough, cough, cough. A Cybertronian about 9 meters tall, with a dark red paint job and a sturdy build, crawled out from the ruins. Where is this? Am I not dead yet? Di Tianming looked at his two thick mechanical arms, then touched his face. How did I become like this? Becoming a robot. When he tried to stand up, his legs couldn't help but tremble, and his body felt exceptionally sluggish. Blue and dark brown fluids were leaking from his mouth and some joints. Suddenly, a large amount of familiar yet strange memories rushed into his mind all at once. It turned out that his soul had transmigrated into a high-ranking citizen of Cybertron, and this body had another identity. Di Tianming, the chief scientist of the Scientific Research Institute under the High Council several thousand stellar cycles ago. He had dabbled in everything from weapon theory to life sciences, and during the period when Megatron was preparing an uprising to overthrow the rule of the High Council, Di Tianming had even prepared to throw refined dark energon directly into the well of all sparks. This infringed upon the interests of everyone on Cybertron. Given his remarkable achievements, the High Council sealed the records regarding Di Tianming as a top-secret file and placed him into forced stasis, although it had been lifted a few times in the interim. But his crazy and arrogant personality was intolerable to others, so he remained trapped in prison in forced stasis until now, when he was finally able to wake up. One must know that the stasis process did not mean zero energy consumption, but rather a reduction to a lower level. So crazy. The original body's inherent nature is indeed very extreme. It doesn't seem like a Cybertronian, but rather more like a human. One must know that dark energon belongs to the anti-Allspark. Once it invades the Allspark, the entire Cybertron would be contaminated, life would not be able to be born, and the species would inevitably face mass extinction. However, after receiving the memories and assessing his current situation, Di Tianming roughly clarified the timeline of Cybertron. Nowadays, the entire Cybertron has become a dead star, and most Cybertronians have long left their homeland to head to other star regions, including the Autobots and Decepticons. Sigh. I just don't know which stage of the Transformers timeline this is in. If I could meet core members of the Decepticons or Autobots, that would be great. Since that's the case, from now on, please call me the Mad Scientist, Di Tianming. Di Tianming scanned the only all-terrain tracked tank nearby that matched his previous vehicle form and drove slowly along the main road, hoping to find some residual energon. After all, his current body condition was very weak, and the energon within him was scarce. Without the support of energon, he would inevitably return to the Allspark along with the fall of Cybertron. The scene on both sides of the main road was dilapidated. The once prosperous Count City had lost its past scenery, and one towering building after another had lost its energy supply due to the Cybertron wars, becoming broken and rusty. After searching several buildings in succession, Di Tianming still did not find a trace of energon. He leaned against a long-dead, rusty corpse. Sigh. War destroyed everything. Is the struggle for energy really this thorough? I only hope that my base in the wilderness plains has not been discovered and destroyed. However, the thought was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. The wilderness plains were tens of thousands of kilometers away from Kaun. If his energy were 30% higher at this moment, he would certainly be able to activate his flight vehicle form and quickly head to the base. After resting for a while, Di Tianming still did not give up hope. I don't believe it. When the people evacuated Cybertron, could the Decepticons have moved all the energon away? Just a few stellar cycles later, the sky had already dimmed. Just as Di Tianming was searching the 94th high-rise building, he suddenly detected a signal of energon. To ensure safety, he moved his fingers, and the blades on both sides of his arms appeared. However, due to the lack of energy, the blades were also quite rusty. Di Tianming cautiously walked underground, ready for battle at any time. Step, step, step. Getting deeper and deeper, the echo of his footsteps on the iron ladder grew louder. As his footsteps stopped, a rusty door came into view. The signal of the energon is getting stronger and stronger. For safety's sake, to prevent detecting energon signals emitted by other creatures stranded on Cybertron that might threaten his safety, he specifically grabbed the two corpses he had carried on his shoulders beforehand, and as the door was kicked open directly, he threw one corpse inside, and used the other corpse as his cover. After waiting for a long time, he still didn't hear any movement. Only then did Di Tianming slowly walk inside. In the pitch-black environment, two boxes with blue light came into view in the corner. Di Tianming was overjoyed. He walked up quickly and picked up the boxes. I didn't expect that. The heavens do not cut off all paths. It really is energon, and it's even refined energon. Although the total amount is only about 3/4 of a box, it's enough to use. Subsequently, Di Tianming lifted the energon box over his head and gulped down the energon greedily. Immediately, Di Tianming felt unprecedented comfort. The damage and rust to his body were being repaired rapidly. In a thought, the blades retracted, his hands switched, and two high-speed ion cannons appeared immediately, ready to fire at any time. However, this energy was far from enough to bring him to his peak state. Fortunately, the energy was barely enough. He just needed to go out and find a flight vehicle to scan, and he could head to his base. Just as he was preparing to walk up and leave, two crisp sounds of doors breaking and bodies falling came from deeper underground. Could it be scraplets? Just as he was afraid, reason occupied his fear. This level was already more than 130 meters from the ground, and the temperature below would only be lower than this level. Scraplets would never come to such a low temperature environment. Regardless of the reason, out of his own scientific inquisitive nature, he had to go down and investigate. After going another 30 meters deeper underground, Di Tianming saw two open stasis pods, and two Cybertronians with weak vital signs lying in front. Their bodies were severely rusted and accompanied by a slight state of icing. As a fellow Cybertronian, Di Tianming carried them to the ground. Looking at the two lying on the ground, who were already about to return to the Allspark, I really want to take them back and dissect them properly. But in the end, reason overcame scientific nature. If my base is gone, I will be the only one on this lonely planet, which is very lonely. It was hard to come by two people, which was perfect for alleviating his loneliness and further understanding the current situation of Cybertron. Besides, they did not have any markings of the Autobots, Decepticons, or other factions. This indicated that they were just ordinary citizens of Cybertron. Their bodies were not large, and they didn't have any weapons or equipment, so the energy they needed was naturally much less. Di Tianming extracted a large tube of energon from his body and injected half a tube of energon into each of them. He saw the optical sensors of the two Cybertronians emit a blue light, their eyes opened slowly, and their fingers were also curling. Who are you? And where is this? A pure black-colored Cybertronian asked suspiciously. Young citizens of Cybertron, I am the one who revived you. You are safe now. Di Tianming reached out and pulled them both up. Thank you for your assistance, sir. Sir, you are so strong. Did you drink some kind of premium lubricant? Sir, what is your name? Another deep blue citizen of Cybertron looked up at Di Tianming. His personality seemed slightly lively. Green, you must not be so rude. The pure black-coated citizen of Cybertron stopped Green's reckless behavior and performed a gentlemanly bow to Di Tianming. Sir, my name is Black Crow. Has the war on Cybertron ended? Which faction achieved the final victory? Black Crow looked at Di Tianming curiously, hoping to learn about the current situation on Cybertron from him. You may call me Di Tianming. I have also just awakened from stasis and do not know exactly what happened to Cybertron. Di Tianming turned his head, signaling them to look around. It was a scene of death. Aside from rusted corpses, there were only dilapidated city buildings. It seems Cybertron has truly fallen, and the people of Cybertron have completely become cosmic nomads. Black Crow sighed, his mood very low, while Green, standing to the side, was full of confidence. Black Crow. Cybertron will not perish, never, because there are still the three of us. As long as we find the Allspark, there is still hope. Di Tianming did not offer any words of comfort, he simply patted Black Crow on the shoulder, then transformed back into a tank and drove toward his base. As the only three individuals currently known to be alive on the planet Cybertron, Black Crow and Green scanned nearby vehicle modes and followed in Di Tianming's footsteps. Along the way, aside from searching for some energon, Green was like a loudspeaker, constantly recounting the experiences he and Black Crow had shared to Di Tianming. It turned out that one of them was a spaceship apprentice, and the other was a literature enthusiast and trainee doctor. Di Tianming was overjoyed, he had not expected to save two technical talents. Do you know how many other fellow citizens might be left on Cybertron, remaining in stasis like this? Black Crow looked at Di Tianming, who was driving at the front, and replied with some sadness, "Sir, we do not know. We were lucky. During the Great Evacuation, we chose to enter forced stasis because we did not want to leave our homeland. Perhaps because our stasis time was shorter, you were able to revive us." Di Tianming had originally intended to search along the way after reviving Black Crow and the other to see if he could find one or two more citizens of Cybertron. However, the energon they had currently collected was not enough to support the search operation for 3 people, and after 5 or 6 stellar cycles of searching, there had still been no results. Gaining is my fortune, losing is my fate. At least we are on the right course. Over the next dozen or so stellar cycles, they were either traveling or searching for energon to replenish the energy lost during their journey. During this time, Di Tianming also tested and taught Black Crow theories on spaceship operation, which made Black Crow admire Di Tianming greatly and become even more passionate about spaceship knowledge. Green, on the other hand, seemed a bit dejected as he had lost his listener. Fortunately, before nightfall, they arrived above the base in the wilderness plains. Looking out as far as the eye could see, aside from the rusted wreckage of crashed spaceships and a small number of rusted corpses, the air across the entire plain was filled with iron dust, which was very unpleasant. Di Tianming crouched down halfway, wiped the dust covering a specific mark with his hand, took the remaining bits of energon, and crushed them. The blue liquid dripped onto the specific mark. Not long after, a pale blue light emerged from the ground. Boom! A heavy door on the ground not far ahead slowly opened, revealing stairs leading underground. There is something down here. Before Black Crow and Green could react, Di Tianming looked at them behind him. Let's go. Follow me. Walking down the pitch-black stairs, going deeper and deeper, the temperature became colder and colder. Until they reached an end 300 meters underground, Di Tianming became increasingly nervous. As he entered the designated password, the heavy alloy door slowly opened, and the lights behind the door flickered on one by one. Seeing the scene before him, even Di Tianming, who had organized his memories, was truly shocked. In the 700-meter-long warehouse ahead, a large black spaceship, the Mingd, lay quietly, about 460 meters long, 70 meters high, and weighing about 46,000 tons. Although it was not even half the size of the Nemesis belonging to the Decepticons, its majesty remained undiminished. After all, the Nemesis of the Decepticons was modified from the Titan Triptychon. It was huge in volume and had numerous functions. The Mingd, on the other hand, was a private warship modified on the basis of a large attack ship, costing Di Tianming nearly 2/3 of his wealth. However, the currency of Cybertron was now basically equivalent to scrap metal. Such a massive spaceship was actually not discovered during the war, let alone destroyed. Di Tianming looked at the 2 stunned people behind him, especially Black Crow. Stop staring. All of you, follow me inside the cabin. As Di Tianming walked to the main control center at the front of the spaceship and manually operated it to turn off the spaceship's sleep mode, the ship began to function. It used its mechanical arms to feed the thousands of boxes of stored energon into the energy reactor one by one. 10 minutes later, after continuously absorbing 20 boxes of energon, the spaceship's energy was completely saturated, and the entire ship took on a brand new look. All rusted parts were removed. When Di Tianming brought Black Crow and Green in front of his laboratory and the door opened, he unconsciously spread his arms, as if he had found a long-lost feeling, and said very happily, "Young citizens of Cybertron, welcome to my world." Black Crow and Green saw that the huge laboratory was incredibly terrifying. Aside from some research equipment, the most striking things were the preservative tanks filled with green liquid all around. As a literature enthusiast, Green took a closer look and was completely shocked. These are the limbs and head of Emperor Maximus. No, that's not right. Green continued to look at other parts of the laboratory, many defective weapons and quite a few biological organs of people from Cybertron were here. Suddenly, a person came to his mind. Green looked at Di Tianming angrily. No wonder I felt like I had heard your name somewhere before. So you are the scientific criminal who almost destroyed Cybertron. It was your scientific theories that led to the war on Cybertron and caused us to lose our home. I will kill you and avenge my dead family. Green was not as sentimental as humans. He clenched his fists in anger and rushed toward Di Tianming. Without a doubt, Di Tianming knocked him flying with a single punch, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. Then, a blade was pressed against the chest plating of Green. What do you know about what I have done? Seeing his good friend Green facing a life or death crisis, Black Crow did not stand idly by. He quickly took a running start, jumped high, and swung his fist toward Di Tianming's head. Di Tianming reacted quickly and grabbed Black Crow's head with one hand, slamming him heavily onto the ground. Lying on the ground, with Di Tianming's blade pressed against their chests, the two citizens who could have had their sparks extinguished at any moment, especially Green, were filled with endless fury. You are the biggest accomplice to the desolate state of Cybertron today. Our lives were saved by a science maniac like you. Kill us. Let our sparks return to the Allspark. Di Tianming stared at them intently and said earnestly, I am sorry that the war on Cybertron caused you to lose friends, but the scientific theories I published and the weapons I developed have no inherent good or evil. The state of Cybertron today is caused by those opportunists, war criminals, and those who lust for power. Everything I have done is for the sake of Cybertron. Although Green was somewhat swayed by Di Tianming's rhetoric, he remained very stubborn. The High Council has already been overthrown by Megatron. Your old-era rhetoric cannot fool me. Your insane actions nearly destroyed the Allspark of Cybertron. Also lying on the ground and in mortal danger, Black Crow expressed confusion regarding the conversation between Di Tianming and Green. What actions? And what did they have to do with the Allspark? He and Green were both new Cybertronians who had been given new life by the Allspark during the war between the Autobots and the Decepticons. However, Black Crow was obsessed with starship technology and had not read historical records of Cybertron, so he knew very little about the High Council, let alone the deeds of Di Tianming. Green had spent many years with him and had never mentioned this to him. I have said it before. Everything I, Di Tianming, have done is for the sake of Cybertron. My actions do not require understanding, and you would not be able to understand them anyway. After he finished speaking, just as Green thought he was about to be executed by Di Tianming retracted his blade. Why? Why not kill us? I will not kill fellow citizens I have painstakingly saved just because of a few words unfavorable to me. Di Tianming walked over to a spot, picked up an offset calibration firing pin, and continued. Of course, I have my own goals. Relying solely on my own strength is far from enough, so I need people to join my faction and help me revive Cybertron. Are you willing? Hearing this, Black Crow was very excited. Although he did not quite understand why Green was so exceptionally hateful towards Di Tianming, receiving a personal invitation from a scientist was no small honor. However, since Green had not yet agreed, Black Crow certainly would not express his own willingness first. After all, Green was his only good friend. That is impossible. I will absolutely never associate with a science maniac like you. Green did not hesitate and firmly refused to join. Di Tianming now had plenty of time and energy to persuade them. After all, those who could maintain a neutral stance during the war and not join either faction always tended to be a bit stubborn. Especially since they were two technical talents, and Green was even a medic. Think it over carefully before answering me. Immediately after, Di Tianming walked to a corner of the laboratory, took out 2 crates of energon, and handed them to them. These 2 crates of energon are a gift for you. As for the grinding machine you need, there is one in the lounge. After all, only when your bodies are full of energy and restored to their best state can you view the current situation more rationally. If you have thought it through, come here and find me. Your lounge is on the 2nd floor, directly below me. After saying this, Di Tianming chased them out and closed the laboratory door. While familiarizing himself with his long-lost experimental procedures, he used monitoring equipment to watch everything inside the ship. Without Di Tianming's authorization, the 3rd floor area inside the ship would almost never be open to them, except, of course, for the lounge directly below. Arriving at the lounge, Black Crow looked at the very angry Green. Green, why have you never told me about the deeds of Di Tianming? As soon as Black Crow sat down, he immediately stood up again. Black Crow, let's leave right now. We cannot have too much contact with Di Tianming, otherwise, we will also be infected by his madness. Green pointed at the thick metal plate overhead and pulled Black Crow, preparing to leave. Black Crow decisively stopped this action, feeling somewhat angry. If you consider me your friend, you should not have kept this from me. Di Tianming is right, technology itself is not wrong, my friend. And he even apologized to you, why are you still holding a grudge against him? Green felt very helpless about this and could only sit down, sort through his memories, and reveal what he knew. When I was a trainee medic, I helped some injured Decepticon and Autobot veterans. From them, I learned about Di Tianming. As he spoke, Green paused. During the era of the corrupt High Council, Di Tianming was already the chief of the Science Academy, publishing many scientific theories, especially in weapons science. It was just that later, as the internal wars on Cybertron increased, he turned to the field of life sciences. Hearing what Green said, Black Crow did not feel angry. Instead, he felt that Di Tianming was a top-tier scientist who had been forced by circumstances to do what he did. You heard the news about Di Tianming wanting to destroy the Allspark from others. For such a famous person, are there no relevant historical records? Green shook his head repeatedly. I checked, but only found that he was a scientific criminal who stole the corpses of leaders. Black Crow also felt that such behavior was a bit unethical, but compared to the war, it was just a small matter. Furthermore, the conspiracy of Liege Maximo caused the primes to kill each other. He looked at Green, whose emotions had calmed down, and comforted him slowly. Green, I know you are very sad because your friends died in the war, but have you ever thought that Di Tianming might have been framed? Hearing this, Green's anger rose again. Don't get excited. I mean, regarding the news about Di Tianming, you know, public opinion is fearsome. If enough people say it, this lie about destroying the Allspark naturally becomes the truth. Impossible. Although I hate the Autobots and the Decepticons, the Autobots would never lie to me, especially since that was my good friend. Black Crow was very helpless about this, Green was too stubborn. In the midst of war, the Autobots and the Decepticons are most skilled at propaganda warfare. Even if that were the truth, hasn't the Allspark not been destroyed yet? After thousands of years of dormancy, it will have changed. Furthermore, Cybertron is now scarred, lacking energon, and life cannot be guaranteed. If we leave this ship, where else can we go? Green listened to what Black Crow said. The current situation was indeed as described, but he still felt dissatisfied with Tianming. Black Crow looked at Green, who was falling into a state of deep hesitation, his self-perception beginning to waver. In that case, Green, why don't you try staying by Tianming's side, witnessing his actions with your own eyes, and even changing his mind? My dear friend, you are a literature enthusiast, after all. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Tianming watched everything happening on the monitor. Oh. It seems Black Crow has successfully persuaded this stubborn trainee medic. Just as he was preparing to go to the armory to find weapons, he encountered Black Crow and Green. Have you thought it through, two young citizens? We agree to join your faction, only hoping that you will keep your promise to revive Cybertron. Everything I have done is for Cybertron. It was in the past, it is now, and it will remain so in the future. Welcome to joining Qianji Hall. Ever since he began monitoring them, Tianming had wanted to come up with a faction name. It needed to sound mysterious and high-tech, yet not cliché. Thus, Qianji Bird, no, Qianji Hall, was born. Tianming was extremely pleased with their decision to join and continued. Come, as the first gift for joining Qianji Hall, I will provide you with a free upgrade. He led Black Crow and Green to the Advanced Weapon Depot, where cutting-edge weaponry like the magnetic boomerang, titanium silver blades, A7 high-speed fusion cannon, and DK-37 fierce fire Gatling gun were stored. Even though Green had encountered many wounded soldiers who had survived numerous wars, he had never seen weapons like these before. Based on their physiques, Tianming selected a few suitable weapons and walked out, bringing them back to the laboratory. Black Crow, go to the front and lie down. He then activated the stasis device, forcing him into sleep. Green, I am about to begin work. You should step out first. As Green walked out of the laboratory, he could only hear the roaring sound of cutting. He felt very nervous, terrified that Black Crow might be sliced up for research by Tianming and rendered completely scrap. Fortunately, after several stellar hours, his worries proved unnecessary. The laboratory door slowly opened, and a warrior, approximately 7.5 meters tall with more alloy plating on his limbs and chest, appearing slightly sturdier, walked out. On his left arm, there was a very distinct faction mark resembling a Qianji umbrella. If one were to force a comparison, he looked similar to Bumblebee overall, but he was even sturdier than Bumblebee. Black Crow, you've become much stronger, I almost didn't recognize you. Green was truly shocked by Black Crow's current transformation. At this moment, Tianming walked out. Black Crow, deploy your weapons and see if there are any compatibility issues. With a flick of his fingers, Black Crow immediately switched his hands into titanium silver blades. With another movement, two Sh-37 supersonic cannons attached to his arms were revealed. Lord Tianming, I like this feeling, but why is my transformation cog not my original one? Black Crow was very puzzled by this. During his self-check, he discovered that his original biological organs were missing. If he had to give up his original transformation cog because of equipping these weapons, he would rather not have them, especially since he could no longer transform into his vehicle mode. Rest assured, your transformation cog is currently being modified. I only had a replacement device in my collection, so I had to install it to calibrate your weapons. Once your transformation cog modification is complete, I will reinstall it for you. Green and Black Crow, standing nearby, were even more confused and asked in succession. Can a transformation cog even be modified? What if it breaks during the modification? Tianming looked at their worried and puzzled expressions and replied with great confidence. Do not worry. I am modifying your transformation cog into a triple changer cog. This is one of the core achievements I am most proud of from my 2000 years of researching life sciences. You must know that only innate triple changers can possess a triple changer cog and master the triple changer ability. Even if you were to seize their cogs, you could not grant a double changer the triple changer ability. I call this the theory of innate mechanical incompatibility. Di Tianming spoke with increasing confidence and excitement. But through my research, these incompatibility conditions have long been overcome. Double changers can also possess the triple changer ability. Of course, in the process of research, I conducted many vivisection experiments, but the deaths of those individuals were worth it. Black Crow and Green, looking at Di Tianming, were all shocked and terrified. Using Cybertronians for vivisection experiments. This was something only the Decepticons would do. They had not expected a top-tier scientist to commit such heinous acts. Recalling the various Cybertronian biological organs they had seen in the laboratory earlier. The person before them was indeed a madman capable of anything for the sake of science. Di Tianming walked up to Black Crow holding the magnetic boomerang. He dripped some pre-collected energon, which contained Black Crow's biological genes, onto the boomerang. Instantly, as if attracted by a magnet, the magnetic boomerang returned to Black Crow's hand. Black Crow, this magnetic boomerang is an extra weapon I am giving you. This should also count as a weapon of mass destruction. You can go and test its specific effects yourself. Green, come with me. Just as Di Tianming was preparing to leave with Green, he specifically turned his head and instructed Black Crow. Oh, that's right. If you want to test this weapon, go to an open area. If you want to learn spaceship operation techniques, go to the end of the third level at the very bottom of the Ming. There are small spaceships there. While Di Tianming was taking Green to the laboratory, Green followed behind, feeling somewhat afraid. Do not be afraid. Your modification is one of the few I have performed while the subject was in stasis. You should feel fortunate. Afterward, while Di Tianming was modifying Green, Black Crow also arrived at the stern of the lowest level of the Ming. As the hatch opened, 6 small to medium combat spaceships were parked in the hangar, all of which had been modified and calibrated. Whoa, is Lord so generous? Letting a spaceship apprentice like me practice with combat spaceships. Black Crow walked excitedly from one spaceship to another and selected a combat spaceship that matched his color scheme, which was also pure black. After familiarizing himself with the equipment on the spaceship, he sent a message to Di Tianming through the established exclusive Qianji Hall channel. Di Tianming, who was standing at the experimental table ready to modify Green, had to put down his work and run personally to the main control room to open the spaceship hangar door and the exit hatch for the small spaceships in the underground warehouse. In short, due to the lack of manpower, Di Tianming appeared very busy. When the hatches opened one after another, Black Crow inside the combat spaceship felt a bit panicked. After all, he was just a novice, and this was his first time flying a combat spaceship. Fortunately, thanks to Di Tianming's guidance a while ago, after the combat spaceship underwent several waves of shaking and collisions, Black Crow mastered the spaceship's balance and crawled out from underground at a snail's pace. Because Cybertron had fallen and there were no longer any aerial traffic rules, the combat spaceship was like a wild horse off the leash, galloping freely across the rust-filled sky. After flying for 3 stellar hours, Black Crow was no longer a spaceship apprentice, he had completely mastered the operation of the combat spaceship. He piloted the ship and hovered above the base. He took the magnetic boomerang in his hand and flicked it out lightly. The magnetic boomerang continuously accelerated in the air, and in an instant, the rotational speed reached an extreme. The entire boomerang looked like a thin silver disc with blue lines. It pierced directly through the spaceship wreckage in its path. Because the wreckage was too wide and the stress was severe, it deviated from the projected trajectory. With a flick of Black Crow's finger, the magnetic boomerang flew back into his hand and hovered there. He ran over to check the results. The incision was blade-like, the surface was very smooth, and it had penetrated the entire spaceship wreckage. Whoa, This is too exaggerated. It really is a weapon of mass destruction, it's too sharp. To test its limits, Black Crow threw it over a dozen times in a row. The results showed that the force of the throw was not important, the range and path of the rotation were paramount. The extent of the range determined the rotational speed, and the higher the rotational speed, the greater the damage. Of course, the maximum range of the rotation was about 7,000 meters. As for the rotational path, it was a straight line. If it encountered strong resistance, it would change its preset path and fly in a straight line in another direction. In short, the magnetic boomerang was incredibly powerful, provided one practiced a lot, mastered the angle of the throw, and strengthened one's analytical abilities. During the time Di Tianming was helping Green upgrade, Black Crow, apart from continuing to practice with his magnetic boomerang, spent all his remaining time piloting the combat starship, as he loved the feeling of flying it. Of course, flying the starship also consumed energon, and Black Crow had his own dignity. While flying, he was also actively scanning for energon signals. Fortunately, these efforts were not in vain. He still managed to find some energon, which was barely enough to replenish some of the starship's consumption. However, without a transformation cog, he dared not fly too far or explore too deep. Just a few star hours later, Green was finished being upgraded. He still had his blue and white color scheme, though his frame was even slimmer and smaller than Black Crow's. However, the most obvious change was his weapon system. In addition to cannons, he now had two long scalpels that were exceptionally sharp, sturdy, and capable of cutting through metal like mud. Hey, Green, that look suits you. Interested in experiencing the thrill of riding in a combat starship. But faced with Black Crow's proposal, an excited Green chose to decline. Black Crow. Remember that you can't transform right now, so don't go too far. If something happens, I won't come to save you. This was just a joke. If Black Crow really got into trouble, Green would still go to save him. The Cybertronian medical knowledge I've dreamed of, here I come. Green turned and left the starship hangar, heading to the core database to retrieve some Cybertronian medical files to further his medical skills. If there was anything he didn't understand, he would humbly ask Di Tianming for guidance. Although Di Tianming was busy modifying the transformation cogs and forbade others from disturbing him, he was very willing to teach a medical intern who was about to become a full-fledged doctor. Every Cybertronian scientist knew at least a little medicine, especially those involved in biological fields like life sciences and virology. Medicine was a mandatory course. Therefore, the Ming contained a vast amount of knowledge regarding Cybertronian medicine. 20 star days later, Cybertron remained desolate. Not even a single mobile energon signal had been detected. Fortunately, Di Tianming walked out of the laboratory. Having received the notification to assemble, Black Crow and Green arrived at the main control room one after another. Sir, these days without a transformation cog, I always feel like I'm lacking a bit of excitement. It's incredibly boring. Di Tianming looked at the somewhat melancholic Black Crow and Green, who was holding an instrument and studying knowledge intently. Put aside what you're doing for a moment. These are the two modified triple changer cogs. Who wants to go first? Me. Black Crow volunteered. Just thinking about the fact that he would soon be flying through the sky for the first time since his creation, a sensation far more intense than piloting a starship, made him extremely excited. All right. You go first. After a surgery lasting several star hours, Black Crow and Green were successively re-equipped with their transformation cogs. You need to rescan your vehicle modes. Go. As the two left, Di Tianming headed to the very front of the starship's third deck. As the hatch opened, two complete cloning production lines came into view. That's right, due to a lack of manpower and insufficient resources, Di Tianming had no choice but to use low-level clone soldiers. However, he wouldn't clone too many. For one thing, the low-level clone soldiers had poor combat capabilities and lacked combat experience, which he simply couldn't look up to. Secondly, manufacturing clone soldiers required resources and consumed energon, especially since he also had to maintain them. Thirdly, the thousands of energon cubes on the starship might look like a lot on the surface, but in reality, most of the energon needed to be prioritized for experimental research projects and starship consumption. Besides that, when the time was right, he also needed to build a space bridge. Fourthly, the starship was also relatively lacking in alloys, circuits, wiring, and other material resources. Di Tianming walked to the master control unit of the production line, inserted several crates of energon, and activated one of the clone soldiers' production lines. He selected options for the clone soldier's physique, vehicle mode, quantity, paint job, and so on. As his finger pressed the final confirmation button, the production line started. One after another, the low-level clone soldiers, with their red and white color schemes, slender frames, and faces that weren't as hideous as the Decepticons, were being assembled. One after another, like industrial products, they were produced. Not long after, a total of 30 low-level clone soldiers stood before Di Tianming. G3011 reporting to you, please provide instructions. G3012 reporting to you, please provide instructions. The clone soldiers before Di Tianming possessed their own thoughts and could think independently, but they would resolutely execute their commander's orders. Even if ordered to jump into a smelting furnace, they would do so without hesitation. This was Cybertronian cloning life technology. U-5, go to the starship's main control room and operate the ship. The rest of you, focus on guarding the starship's power room, energon storage room, and the hangar. Yes. Following Di Tianming's orders, the clone soldiers proceeded to their designated areas to stand guard and patrol. At this moment, two different models of jet planes flew down from the underground hangar's exit and landed on the upper deck of the Ming. They transformed into robot mode and walked toward the inside of the starship. Di Tianming, who had just returned to the main control room, ran into Black Crow and Green, who were just coming back. Lord Di Tianming, it was so satisfying, so thrilling. Yeah, I couldn't even imagine that my exhaust could blast Black Crow dozens of meters away. Di Tianming looked at their robot modes, which still retained traces of their car vehicle modes, and understood that they still preferred using their car forms. One must know that a triple changer's robot mode often transforms from their most commonly used vehicle mode. As for the third mode, it uses a special mimicry mode to hide the characteristics of that third form. If not for that, wouldn't a triple changer turn into a bizarre-looking mess? Not bad. Since that's the case, let's set off. Immediately, under Di Tianming's command, the hangar cover plates above the Ming retracted to the sides, followed by the second, until the third cover plate slowly opened. A small beam of light shone into the hangar, getting brighter and brighter until the entire sky above the hangar could be seen. The Ming, ascend. Maintain low to medium speed and head to the ancient Predacons graveyard. The Ming slowly detached from the hangar and ascended into the sky. The blue exhaust at its rear slowly intensified, and the Ming flew toward its preset destination. By this time, the sky of Cybertron had entered twilight. To prevent attacks from scraplets and other Cybertronian creatures, Di Tianming was forced to activate the starship's 2-kilometer detection signal. At this moment, the Ming, flying at a low to medium speed, consumed 1 crate of energon every half-star hour. It was quite energy-intensive. Di Tianming's goal was to replicate a squad of Predacons. Although he looked down on clones, that was limited to clone soldiers, the Predacon replicants were completely different. Even though energon was currently insufficient, it was still possible to go and collect some Predacon remains to store on the starship first. 2 stellar cycles later, darkness had fallen. The Ming had not detected any special signals, but in Kaun City, 10+ miles away from the Ming. A purple warrior, over 8 meters tall, with a single glowing red optical lens on his face and a massive cannon on his right arm, suddenly discovered a high-frequency signal of a massive amount of energon moving on his detector. This is not logical. Shockwave immediately set aside his research, transformed into a Cybertronian track tank, and quickly headed in the direction of the signal to see if Starscream had sent someone back to search for his tracks. Meanwhile, inside the ship, Di Tianming was continuing his research in the laboratory, occasionally hoping to find the remains of one or two royal Predacons in the Predacons' graveyard. Just then, a loud noise rang out in the sky, and a vortex mixed with green and blue suddenly appeared. Lord Di Tianming, a space bridge has been detected not far ahead. Shall we go investigate? The clone soldier piloting the ship notified Di Tianming through the exclusive Qianji Hall channel. Di Tianming immediately walked out of the laboratory, replying as he walked, "No need to investigate. Activate the ship's stealth system immediately and pass through the space bridge quickly." Regardless of where this space bridge led, Di Tianming did not want to stay another moment on this resource-poor, god-forsaken Cybertron. As for the Predacon's remains, he would build a space bridge after collecting sufficient resources. At that time, he would return to Cybertron and collect them slowly. After all, they were just dead things and wouldn't move. As the ship's stealth system activated, the vessel blended into the night, making it extremely difficult to detect. The high-frequency signal of the massive amount of energon abruptly disappeared from before the traveling Shockwave. This is not logical. Shockwave transformed back into his robot form, stood in place, and looked toward the predicted target location. Just as Di Tianming arrived at the main control room, an unknown object slammed into the upper deck of the Mingd and got stuck. Lord Di Tianming, an unknown object has been detected falling onto the ship's deck. It is suspected to be energon. As the battleship's screen switched, a piece of dark energon, 25 meters tall and weighing 2 tons, appeared on Di Tianming's screen. Seeing this dark energon, Di Tianming was both excited and thrilled. Quick, quick, have the ship pass through the space bridge at full speed. He then quickly went to the upper deck of the Mingd and ordered 4 clone soldiers to move the dark energon into the interior of the ship and isolate it using a large containment tank. Any Cybertronian who comes into excessive contact with dark energon will have their physical performance weakened, especially those low-level clone soldiers. Di Tianming stood in front of the isolated dark energon, an uncontrollable smile appearing on his face. This scene was very familiar to him. It turned out he had arrived in the timeline of Transformers Prime. The opening of the space bridge before him was the scene where Megatron intended to cast dark energon onto Cybertron to summon an army of millions of undead to attack Earth. However, the dark energon had been accidentally intercepted by him. To prevent it from suddenly stopping the space bridge, or the Autobots from destroying it, Di Tianming had to pass through quickly and arrive on Earth while the space bridge was still open. If he didn't succeed this time, the next time the space bridge would open would be when Megatron stole the Autobot leader's arm to forge the leader's blade using dark energon. Ship, full acceleration. We must pass through the space bridge before it closes. Di Tianming said this phrase about passing through the space bridge a total of 3 times. He was too nervous and too afraid. Under his command, the operator had already pushed the ship to maximum power and was rapidly approaching the space bridge. At the other end of the space bridge, Optimus Prime was engaged in a fierce battle with Megatron. Why? Why do I feel the dark energon approaching me, but where is my undead army? Megatron, the undead army will only bring disaster. I will stop you from destroying Earth. Megatron fired his fusion cannon, hitting Optimus Prime's chest plate squarely, then leapt up, transformed into a Cybertronian jet, and continued to fire at Optimus Prime. Starscream, what is it? Can't you see I'm hunting the Autobot leader? Megatron, having suddenly received Starscream's communication, was very angry. Lord, I am not questioning your supreme wisdom, but the Autobots are up to some trick again. I discovered they are right beneath your space bridge. Oh. So it's a diversion, Optimus Prime. Just as Megatron prepared to fly beneath the space bridge to deal with Bulkhead and the others, Optimus Prime blasted Megatron. Seeing an opportunity, Optimus Prime disengaged the magnetic devices on his feet and leapt up. Despite being affected by space gravity, he still managed to grab Megatron. He re-engaged the magnetic devices, returned to the top of the space bridge, rotated his body, and flung the jet form Megatron away, slamming him into the ring-shaped alloy pillar of the space bridge. Megatron was furious and transformed back into his robot form. Starscream. Hurry and command the battleship to come over here and destroy Optimus Prime. Just as he prepared to continue fighting Optimus Prime, back on Earth, Ratchet, after referencing the designs cracked by Raph, derived the best plan to destroy the space bridge and prevent the undead army from coming through. RC, follow the energy lines all the way to the energy pump. There is a valve there. Reverse it so that the space bridge's reversed energy acts upon the space bridge itself. RC followed the instructions, found the energy pump, and forcefully reversed the valve. The valve has been turned. Agent Fowler and Raph and the others at the Earth base were overjoyed. Ratchet then said, I have opened the ground bridge. Received. RC used the general channel to inform Optimus Prime, then retreated with Bulkhead and Bumblebee toward the ground bridge located in space beneath the space bridge. Having received the retreat message, Optimus Prime was still grappling with Megatron. Lord, retreat quickly. We cannot succeed. Just as Megatron was distracted, Optimus Prime blasted him, then quickly ran toward the ground bridge. At this moment, the Ming had also fully passed through the space bridge. In the main control room, Di Tianming on the ship saw the Autobots retreating quickly, the space bridge being torn apart by the reversed energy, and the Decepticons the Nemesis having already fled far away. Increase flight speed. Get out of the space bridge's explosion range, fast. At this moment, Megatron sensed that the dark energon he had previously thrown toward Cybertron had already come out of the space bridge. No, where is my undead army? Megatron turned to look in the direction of the Ming. Although he couldn't see anything, he still transformed into his jet form, flew toward it, and fired a few shells forward. The shells did not shoot into the deep reaches of space but exploded after hitting something. This isn't right. There's an unknown object passing ahead. How could there still be living people on Cybertron? Realizing something was wrong, just as Megatron wanted to quickly follow and investigate, the entire space bridge exploded violently, and the large-scale blue energy wave generated directly engulfed Megatron. The Ming also sustained significant damage. Lord Di Tianming, the ship's left propulsion system is damaged. The ship's overall damage is 5%. Emergency landing required. Fortunately, the Mingdi's stealth system did not lose its stealth functionality due to the ship's damage. Di Tianming looked at the azure planet below, feeling very happy. Quickly select a suitable target location and force a landing on this azure planet. Understood. At this moment, the Autobots had all safely returned to the man-made base. At this moment, standing on the Decepticon bridge, Starscream, who had witnessed Megatron being swallowed by the explosive energy wave with his own eyes, announced with a trace of smugness. Decepticons, it is with a heavy heart that I announce to you all that Megatron's spark has just been extinguished. Now, it is time to say, Hail Starscream. Afterward, Starscream quickly looked at Soundwave behind him, eager to immediately establish his leadership position among the Decepticons. Soundwave, quickly start a live broadcast. The Decepticons cannot be without someone in command. Shortly after, on the entire warship, except for the soldiers on important guard duty, all other Decepticon soldiers gathered below the bridge to listen to Starscream's speech. Megatron was a respectable leader, but we Decepticons still have unfinished business. We cannot grieve excessively or despair because of his death. We should carry on his legacy and support a powerful new leader. Just as Starscream was about to continue, a clever Decepticon stepped forward. Excuse me, Commander Starscream. Speak, soldier. What is it? Starscream seemed a bit impatient, even somewhat angry at this. If we didn't succeed under Megatron's leadership, How is it possible for us to defeat those Autobots now? Starscream looked at the soldier who had spoken, as well as the others, and said solemnly, I think I should just make things clear. I have followed Megatron for thousands of years, and during that war, I commanded no fewer than 100 battles. I am the most suitable to inherit Megatron's legacy and led you as the new Decepticon leader. Lord Starscream is the true king of destruction. When these words were spoken, although Starscream was still far from convincing everyone, for now, it seemed they had no choice but to let him be the Decepticon leader first. Knowing his influence was insufficient, Starscream thought of Skyquake, one of Megatron's most prized students, who had been sent to this planet hundreds of years ago to guard the Energon deposits. Soundwave, come with me. It looks like we need to find some reinforcements. Meanwhile, the Minged, which had already entered Earth's orbit, detected a stretch of land with no Energon signals within a 20-kilometer radius and chose to crash land the spaceship in a relatively flat, open area in the center. After bumping along several times, the Minged finally landed. The spaceship's wear and tear was not severe, they only needed to repair the damaged propulsion system. Di Tianming immediately gathered 10 soldiers to repair the damaged parts of the spaceship, while he used the Mingdi's ship systems to indirectly connect to all the satellites in global orbit. This way, it would not only reduce the energy consumption of the spaceship's scouting but also allow him to quickly observe every corner of Earth without exposing the specific location of the Minged. To better protect the safety of the spaceship base, Di Tianming ordered the soldiers to deploy 3 rings of phase mines 5 kilometers away from the ship. For a period of time, even if the spaceship was repaired, Di Tianming would not let it fly in the sky. Just then, a moving red signal was detected on the screen in front of Ratchet. Energon detected, and it's moving fast. If it's not the Autobots. Bulkhead proposed his guess, and RC immediately replied. Then it can only be the Decepticons. Megatron didn't die after the space bridge explosion. Miko, who was working on her 8 planets project, asked in confusion. Optimus Prime stared intently at the red signal on the screen and said, Megatron is dead, but someone else will take his place. Ratchet, I need a bridge. Ratchet looked at Miko, Raph, and Jack's science projects, and finally came to a conclusion. The science fair accounts for a large portion of their grades. It just so happens I can help Raph build his volcano. Very well. Bumblebee, with me. Optimus Prime and Bumblebee then walked toward the activated ground bridge. Meanwhile, in the Yellow Mountain Canyon, Skyquake was awakened from his stasis pod by Starscream. Skyquake, the most powerful warrior among the Decepticons, awaken and serve your new master, Lord Starscream. A tall and powerful transformer, predominantly light green, stepped out and said angrily to Starscream in front of him. No. I, Skyquake, serve only one master, and that is Megatron. I came here to execute a task assigned by my master. Starscream, you have no authority to command me. Megatron is dead now. I am the leader of the Decepticons, and I am your new master. Hearing Starscream's words, Skyquake found it hard to believe. Impossible. Immediately, Skyquake used his powerful frame to ram directly into Starscream, who quickly transformed into a jet and flew to the distant mountaintop, returning to Soundwave's side. This loyal Skyquake, I will make him bow to me. At this moment, Optimus Prime arrived at the signal's location through the ground bridge and saw Skyquake right in front of him. I haven't seen you since the Battle of Technor. I didn't expect you to be here, Skyquake. This is a new era. Join us Autobots, and let us end this endless war together. I will never cooperate with the Autobots, never. Skyquake was furious. So many of his subordinates had died at the hands of the Autobots, how could he possibly switch sides just because of a single word from Optimus Prime? He ran quickly toward Optimus Prime, wanting to kill him and offer him to Megatron. While Skyquake was battling Optimus Prime and Bumblebee, Starscream went into outer space to investigate a faint life signal detected by Soundwave. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Di Tianming was watching the fierce battle on his screen through the global satellites. Lord Di Tianming, this Decepticon named Skyquake is very powerful, fighting 2-on-1 against Optimus Prime. Looking at Skyquake on the screen, Di Tianming felt sorry for his fate in the original story. His strength was unquestionable, but he was incredibly tragic, having just been awakened from stasis. After finally scanning a jet, he was not only ridden by Bumblebee but also suffered severe damage to his frame, ultimately crashing and dying a tragic death at Bumblebee's hands. If he could recruit him for his own use, he would have a warrior with extremely rich combat experience and powerful fighting capabilities. Black Crow. Come with me, let's go save this poor Decepticon. Although Black Crow disliked both the Decepticons and the Autobots, he did not dare to disobey Di Tianming's orders. After all, his life and the current changes to his frame were all given to him by Di Tianming. As the ground bridge opened, Di Tianming and Black Crow appeared on the other side above the canyon, facing Soundwave across the valley. At this time, Starscream successfully extracted the last remaining shard of Dark Energon from Megatron's body. Having achieved his goal, he returned from space, but the moment he saw Di Tianming, his expression turned to utter terror, and he stumbled backward, unable to even stand steadily. How can this be? Over 1,000 years ago, wasn't Di Tianming's energy supply tube pulled out by the soldiers I sent? I thought he would run out of energon and eventually die in stasis. How could he still be alive? Black Crow, it's time for you to show what you can do. Tear those two guys on the other side to pieces. As soon as Di Tianming gave the command, Black Crow immediately pulled out the magnetic boomerang. After practicing for so long, this is the first time I'm using it against the Decepticons. Finding his target, Black Crow flicked his right hand, and the magnetic boomerang flew out rapidly, traveling in a straight line towards Starscream. What is that? Although Starscream was completely unfamiliar with the boomerang, he was all too familiar with Di Tianming. He quickly assumed a defensive stance and fired 2 missiles from his arm. It is well known that the aim of Transformers' long-range weapons is rather poor, and the probability of hitting a target from a distance is already low. Starscream was quite lucky. 1 missile missed, and the other was sliced in half by the magnetic boomerang. Because the magnetic boomerang didn't encounter enough resistance, it maintained its slight straight-line rotation, its speed and power increasing steadily. For a moment, Starscream couldn't react in time. His entire left arm was severed by the magnetic boomerang. Afterward, with a flick of Black Crow's finger, the magnetic boomerang hovered back into his hand. At this moment, Soundwave realized something was wrong and quickly transformed into a drone to fly away. Meanwhile, Starscream, who hadn't been the leader of the Decepticons for long, couldn't transform into his vehicle mode because of his severed arm. Hurry up and open the ground bridge. Starscream quickly picked up his severed arm and shouted into the communication channel. Just as Black Crow was preparing to release the magnetic boomerang again to finish Starscream off, Di Tianming quickly stopped him. Spare his life. Starscream cannot die, at least not yet. As the only comic relief within the Decepticons and Megatron's #1 traitor, Starscream staying alive would actually be of great benefit to Keonji Hall's future operations. After the 2 Decepticons left, deep in the distant valley, the battle between Skyquake and the Autobots had reached a fever pitch. Skyquake was being beaten back step by the combined efforts of Optimus Prime and Bumblebee. Just then, Agent Fowler, the vehicle delivery man, arrived on the scene piloting a state-of-the-art jet to assist Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime, leave this big guy to me. The jet fired a continuous stream of gunfire, and Skyquake, realizing his opportunity, looked up at the jet in the sky. A flash of green light emitted from his eyes, shooting toward the sky. Fowler, retreat quickly. Having received the warning from Optimus Prime, Agent Fowler was temporarily blinded by the green light. At that moment, Skyquake completed his scan, leapt into the air, transformed into a green jet, and flew into the sky. What the hell? Fowler watched as Skyquake rapidly approached and then quickly flew away from him, feeling fear and terror. Gaining air superiority. Skyquake dove rapidly, firing continuously at the Autobots, while Optimus Prime and Bumblebee transformed into their vehicle modes to quickly evade the attacks. Agent Fowler piloted his jet and quickly flew behind Skyquake. This jet is a national secret. I'm not someone to be trifled with. Several heat-seeking missiles were released, flying towards Skyquake, but Skyquake used his flight experience to quickly dodge them and then continued to pursue the Autobots. Taking advantage of Skyquake flying low, Bumblebee jumped up and successfully mounted Skyquake's back. In the distance, Tianming decided the time was right. He immediately transformed into a Cybertronian Raptor fighter jet and flew towards Skyquake, with Black Crow following closely behind. Optimus Prime, two extremely strong energon signals are heading toward you. Ratchet, in the man-made base, looked at the red dot signals on the screen and quickly warned them. Oh no, Bumblebee, watch out. To cover Bumblebee, Optimus Prime drew his ion blaster and fired rapidly at the two black dots in the distance. At this moment, the two black dots in the sky were approaching rapidly, getting closer and closer, their fire becoming increasingly intense. Black Crow, aim carefully and hit Bumblebee, that yellow Autobot. Sir, Bumblebee has left too deep an impression on me, and it's my first time firing at enemies in a flight vehicle mode, so I'm not quite used to it yet. Black Crow felt very apologetic regarding Tianming's reminder. Under the continuous attack, Bumblebee, who was riding on Skyquake, had his aim thrown off. As Skyquake's left wing was shot through, Skyquake was forced to transform into robot mode, falling down together with Bumblebee. Fortunately, the altitude wasn't high, and both of them crashed into the cliff wall before falling to the bottom of the valley. Aside from Skyquake sustaining significant injuries and Bumblebee's paint being scratched with minor damage to his body parts, there was no life-threatening danger. Just then, Tianming and Black Crow arrived in front of Optimus Prime and transformed back into their robot forms. Tianming, how are you still alive? Optimus Prime, who was supporting Bumblebee, looked at Tianming with extreme astonishment. Meanwhile, Ratchet at the man-made base also saw this scene through the satellite. Tianming. How did he come to Earth? Raph looked at the screen, at Tianming, who was dark red, extremely muscular, and looked like a tough guy, and asked in confusion. Ratchet, is he also a Decepticon? Ratchet shook his head repeatedly, his voice becoming extremely heavy. No, he is an existence even more terrifying than the Decepticons, a true madman. At this moment, Tianming looked at Optimus Prime in front of him. Orion Pax, long time no see. Tianming, what is your purpose in coming to this planet? If it is destruction, I wouldn't mind letting you follow in Megatron's footsteps. Optimus Prime stared at him with extreme vigilance. Just then, the injured Skyquake immediately prepared to attack Optimus Prime again but was stopped by Tianming. Skyquake's expression changed drastically, and he became particularly furious. Don't think that just because you saved me, I wouldn't dare extinguish your spark. Whoever dares to stop me from eliminating Optimus Prime is my enemy. Seeing Skyquake disrespecting Tianming, Black Crow immediately gripped his magnetic boomerang, kicked Skyquake to the ground, and held the boomerang against Skyquake's chest. How dare you show disrespect to Lord Tianming, injured warrior. I will extinguish your spark immediately. Optimus Prime looked at Black Crow, then back at Tianming. It seems that after thousands of years, time has changed you quite a bit, you've actually started accepting followers. Optimus Prime, having experienced the corrupt rule of the High Council, knew very well that the Tianming of before was not only a person obsessed with science and madness, but also that he had rejected the company of followers. Even more terrifyingly, he would place those captured and crippled followers on experimental tables to conduct research experiments. However, seeing the current Tianming, Optimus Prime said solemnly, War has destroyed Cybertron, and countless compatriots have died on the battlefield. I, Optimus Prime, sincerely invite you to join the Autobots and rebuild our home together. No, Optimus Prime. I have not changed, and you still follow those old dogmas. Only by being ruthless and unbound can Cybertron be revived. You and I are destined to be on different paths. Tianming deployed the high-speed particle cannon mounted on his left shoulder and, combined with the high-speed ion cannons converted from his hands, fired at the injured Bumblebee. Seeing that the negotiation had failed, Optimus Prime, while having to support Bumblebee and fire back at Tianming, immediately called for Ratchet. Ratchet, emergency, open the ground bridge. At the base, Ratchet quickly activated the ground bridge and instructed, RC, Bulkhead, hurry to support Optimus Prime. Remember, do not engage in conflict with Tianming. The abilities he possesses far exceed what we imagined. Understood. RC and Bulkhead quickly passed through the ground bridge. RC provided suppressive fire while Bulkhead threw a phase shifter at Tianming. Taking advantage of the gap in the barrage, they quickly brought Optimus Prime and Bumblebee back. Upon their return, Bumblebee was urgently taken by Ratchet to the medical bay for a comprehensive checkup and to repair his damaged circuits. Raph, feeling down because the volcano model had shot through the school building, was deeply worried about Bumblebee lying on the medical berth. Ratchet, is Bumblebee okay? Raph, Bumblebee isn't seriously injured. He just needs a few damaged conduits and a small portion of his neural circuits repaired, Ratchet replied to him earnestly. Ratchet, did you discover something? If not, why would you stop us from ganging up on Tianming to eliminate him? RC asked in confusion, and Bulkhead was equally puzzled. Optimus Prime, however, was plunged into deep self-doubt because of what Tianming had said. After thousands of years of war, had he been wrong? Both in his actions and his ideology. Optimus Prime, this is not your fault. There is simply too much we must protect, whether it be humanity, Earth, or our Cybertron. And we Autobots still need you to lead us. Noticing something was wrong with Optimus Prime, Ratchet specifically came out to comfort him. Afterwards, Ratchet showed them a video, which was the scene where Black Crow used the magnetic boomerang to interrupt Starscream. What is most worrying is not the weapon itself, but the magnetic technology behind the weapon, Ratchet said, his face full of worry as he analyzed it for his teammates. Soon, Raph, as a hacker with strong analytical abilities, felt that this technology was somewhat familiar. Oh, I remember now. This weapon's magnetic levitation technology is similar to a novel I often read. Subsequently, Raph pulled up a scene of an immortal controlling a sword to kill enemies for the Autobots to see. Raph, since the content described in this scene was created by humans, do humans also have corresponding solutions that we could learn from? RC asked, looking slightly anxious. Jack, who was on the side, had also read the novel and shook his head repeatedly. RC, this is our human imagination. It's a capability that hasn't been realized yet, let alone having corresponding solutions. The Autobots remained silent about this. If only they had a professional scientist here right now, how great that would be. Actually, Ratchet could be considered a scientist, but he was more skilled in medicine and was only a dabbler when it came to science. Meanwhile, Tianming looked at Skyquake, who was being threatened by Black Crow. Black Crow, stand down. I have something to say to him. Tianming walked in front of Skyquake and looked at the standing Skyquake. Skyquake, Megatron's most satisfied student, I admire you. I hope you can put aside your prejudice against me. As the person Megatron trusted most, how could Skyquake have never heard of Tianming, even if Tianming had been imprisoned and put into stasis at the time? Lord Megatron once told me that you are very much like him, but you have repeatedly rejected Megatron's invitations. Today, you saved me, so I will not kill you, but in the future. At this moment, looking at the still stubborn Skyquake, Black Crow was very displeased. Skyquake, is it? An injured soldier, yet you dare to be so disrespectful to my master. Do you believe I can eliminate you right now? Skyquake, now that Megatron is dead, your loyalty has no place to be put to use. I, Di Tianming, sincerely invite you to join the Qianji Hall I have established. Di Tianming looked at Skyquake in front of him and extended his hand in invitation. No. I will personally find the truth and avenge Lord Megatron. Supporting his body that could no longer fly, Skyquake walked towards the outside of the valley. Master, such a powerful Decepticon, are you not going to kill him? Di Tianming shook his head and looked at the sky with a meaningful expression. No need. My goal has already been achieved. In fact, from the moment Soundwave fled, Di Tianming had been constantly monitoring Soundwave's tracks. Sure enough, while he was rescuing Skyquake, a Blackbird drone was flying above the clouds. It did not intervene to help Skyquake but instead monitored everything happening below. Soundwave still hoped that Starscream would become the acting leader of the Decepticons, not the simple-minded Skyquake, and he definitely would not allow him to board the Nemesis and cause the Decepticons to fall into division again. Furthermore, in the original plot, Soundwave stood atop the valley, watching helplessly as Skyquake's cockpit was pierced by Bumblebee, falling to his death in jet mode. From beginning to end, Soundwave had never made any move to rescue Skyquake. Soundwave in the sky cut off all contact with the Nemesis. At this moment, he was like an invisible assassin. He fired 2 missiles, and accompanied by the drone's dive, numerous bullets were also fired towards the weak Skyquake below. Skyquake continued to dodge and retaliated with his Gatling gun, but 1 missile still pierced Skyquake's left leg. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. He looked at Soundwave, who had transformed into robot mode. Soundwave, why do you want to kill me? Could it be that you have betrayed Lord Megatron? Immediately, the purple triangular prism on Soundwave's face displayed the previous scene between Skyquake and Di Tianming, and some text appeared. Any action that hinders the rule of the Decepticons will be considered betrayal and will be destroyed. Just as Soundwave walked in front of Skyquake to deliver the final blow, a magnetic boomerang launched a surprise attack on him. Relying on his powerful processing power and agile movements, Soundwave successfully dodged it. Soundwave, do you want to stay here and wait for me to personally extinguish your spark, or will you leave immediately? Suddenly, Di Tianming and Black Crow appeared, having already locked their arm cannons onto him. At such close range, Soundwave would undoubtedly die. Seeing Di Tianming, Soundwave's own super-strong processing power actually crashed. He could not calculate the ultimate purpose of Di Tianming's method of saving him twice and letting him go. In the end, he could only attribute it to the fact that Di Tianming, like Optimus Prime, possessed a spark of benevolence. Soundwave did not hesitate at all and immediately transformed to flee. After flying to a certain altitude, he turned his direction, locked onto the target, and released 2 more missiles. Seeing the missiles shooting towards Skyquake, Di Tianming immediately switched out his blades and instructed as he ran, Black Crow, provide covering fire and shoot down those missiles. Di Tianming aimed at the trajectory of one of the missiles, quickly swung his blade, and leapt forward. The missile was sliced in half and posed no further threat. Meanwhile, Black Crow's aerial fire interception also successfully detonated the other missile. The missile threat was completely neutralized. Thank you for saving my life 3 times, Skyquake. Di Tianming checked Skyquake's injuries. His spark signal was fading. If he was not treated in time, he feared he wouldn't live to see the sunset this evening. Don't speak. Your current bodily functions are extremely unstable and you need medical treatment immediately. Soldier, lock onto my position and activate the ground bridge immediately. Following Di Tianming's order, a cyan-blue vortex appeared nearby. Di Tianming and Black Crow helped Skyquake inside and returned to the Ming. Green had just put down his medical knowledge, intending to go to the laboratory for some simple medical practice, when he encountered Di Tianming returning from the ground bridge. My lord, what happened? You have always lacked practical experience, and there is a major surgery coming up immediately. Come with me, I need your help. Di Tianming carried the severely damaged Skyquake, speaking as he walked. My lord, I am happy to serve. The two entered the laboratory. Di Tianming first placed Skyquake into stasis, then immediately began repair work to temporarily stabilize his spark. Go help me get the crystal transmission tubes, nerve conduction wires, and an arm of the same model equipped with high-speed projectiles. In short, the laboratory was extremely busy at that moment. Black Crow, keeping watch outside, did not leave, fearing that once Skyquake woke up, he might cause harm to his lord in green. Fortunately, after a day and a night of medical reconstruction, Skyquake was finally pulled back from the brink of death. Where is this? What happened to me? Looking at his reattached severed arm and leg, combined with the strange environment, Skyquake was very confused. Skyquake, this is my spaceship laboratory. Not only did you survive, but your body has also become stronger than before. Di Tianming watched Skyquake step off the operating table and continued. Skyquake, the Decepticons have abandoned you. Megatron has also lost his former goals and is intoxicated by power. Your loyalty has been misplaced, furthermore, he is now dead. At this moment, Di Tianming once again extended his friendly hand. You have nowhere else to go. I, Di Tianming, leader of Qianji Hall, once again sincerely invite you to join us and revive Cybertron together. Skyquake was at a loss. The Decepticons, to whom he had been loyal for over 2,000 years, had actually abandoned him. Yet, he still wanted to avenge Megatron. In that moment, he realized that only this Qianji Hall offered him a place to stay. Meanwhile, Di Tianming, standing before him, looked increasingly grim. He had saved Skyquake 3 times. If he did not join Qianji Hall, he would have no choice but to personally rip out his spark and dissolve his body into weapon materials. Di Tianming was gambling that Skyquake was not that blindly loyal. Fortunately, he won the bet. After hesitating for a moment, Skyquake finally spoke. Di Tianming, I agree to your proposal to join Qianji Hall, but I must personally avenge Megatron. If you do not agree, you can kill me now. Very good. I have seen your loyalty. Welcome to Qianji Hall. Di Tianming quickly shook his hand and personally branded him with the Qianji umbrella mark. At this moment, Di Tianming suppressed his excitement. No matter when or where, he had to remain calm and rational. It was understandable for Skyquake to avenge Megatron. He could treat it as repaying Megatron's kindness. And afterwards, once Megatron was resurrected, given his personality of hating traitors and the conflict between them, it would be impossible for Skyquake to return to the Decepticons. Starscream was an exception. Just thinking about it was exciting. Recruiting Skyquake was equivalent to recruiting Dreadwing as well. Although that Dreadwing was also a blindly loyal person, since he had already obtained the older brother, presumably the younger brother's change in mindset would be faster. Skyquake, go. Go and pursue the truth you seek. Skyquake immediately transformed into a blue-green jet, flew out of the Ming, plunged into the clouds, and disappeared. My lord, what if this Skyquake exposes our location to the Decepticons or the Autobots? Black Crow approached Di Tianming, inevitably doubting Skyquake's loyalty. I trust Skyquake, just as I trust you all. He will not betray my trust. If he truly betrays me, I would not mind catching him myself, dismantling his parts, and conducting live experiments. After speaking, Di Tianming walked into the laboratory, leaving the two in deep thought in the spaceship corridor. He was referring to Skyquake, but also hinting at Black Crow and Green. A double entendre, he was already beginning to show the bearing of a leader. Meanwhile, Soundwave, who had just returned to the main control room of the Nemesis, watched Starscream, who had reattached his left arm, organizing a meeting for all the Decepticons. Soundwave, you've returned just in time. Start a ship-wide playback of what we encountered. As soon as he finished speaking, Starscream realized something was wrong. Soundwave, stop. He tried to stop it, but it was already too late. The video records of Starscream's severed arm, the battle between the Autobots and Skyquake, and Tianming saving Skyquake from the Autobots were playing on loop on all the control consoles across the Decepticon warship. Starscream was actually sliced in the left arm by an Autobot. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. And he calls himself the Decepticon leader. Right, fortunately I hesitated about whether to vote for him as leader. Now it seems, it was completely unnecessary. Silence, Decepticons. Soundwave, switch to the content related to Tianming. Once Starscream spoke, although there was still quite a bit of discussion, the entire main control room quieted down significantly. As a piece of classified information and a photo of Tianming were retrieved from the core database and displayed on the screen. Decepticons, this Tianming was once the Cybertronian Megatron wanted most. His mind holds numerous scientific weapon technologies that could help us win the war, but Megatron tried many methods and could not obtain the technology. Starscream turned his back to them, then pointed to Tianming's picture and continued. But he has now appeared on Earth and is an enemy of the Decepticons. He is a true mad scientist, and the weapons he develops are particularly terrifying. This magnetic boomerang is one of his technological achievements, containing the gene magnetic control technology that Megatron wanted most. The same clever grunt from before stood out. Commander Starscream, such a terrifying person, even you are not his match. So what can we do? Soldier, he has terrifying weapons, but there are only 2 of them. Although his weapons are powerful, they have fatal flaws. And we Decepticons have existed for thousands of years, with ample military force and sufficient numbers. As long as you obey the orders of Lord Starscream, what is there to fear about a mere Tianming? Megatron was just too merciful to him. Currently on this planet, I, Lord Starscream, am still the only Decepticon who has killed an Autobot. Starscream's true purpose was to establish his leadership position within the Decepticons through the external threat of Tianming. Although the process had some discrepancies, when he saw that the Decepticons below no longer had a single voice of doubt, he understood that he had succeeded. His position as Decepticon leader would remain unshakable for some time to come. And after he gained absolute control over the Decepticons, the first order was issued. Decepticons, when collecting Energon, if you encounter Skyquake, execute him on the spot. He has betrayed Megatron, betrayed the Decepticons, and joined Tianming. In the video, all the Decepticons saw Skyquake and Tianming entangled. Their relationship seemed far from simple. Starscream's issuance of this order was indeed correct. Anyone who betrayed the Decepticons would be eliminated. Having attained the position of leader, Starscream did not want Skyquake to return to the Decepticons and threaten his position. After securing his position as leader of the Decepticons, Starscream immediately ordered the Decepticons to intensify their search for Energon deposits. Meanwhile, an icy, spherical iron object that Optimus Prime had brought back from the Antarctic appeared to be a storage container for something. Little did they know, as the ice melted, thousands of scraplets hidden inside the iron sphere awoke from their dormancy, chewed through the sphere, and escaped. They began devouring steel objects throughout the Autobot base. Why has the voltage in the base been so unstable lately? And the circuit boards have been chewed through by something. The ground bridge won't start, and we can't receive signals from Optimus Prime or RC. Optimus Prime and RC were still in the Antarctic, continuing their investigation into the iron sphere in case they could find something else. At that moment, Raph was wandering around the base when suddenly, a small, 10-centimeter tall creature with large, purple optical sensors appeared, a scraplet. Hey! Don't come any closer, I can kill enemies with a sword. The sudden appearance of the strange creature startled Raph, but the scraplet quickly approached him, circling around his feet like a small pet dog with a mechanical body. Where did you come from? The Autobots never said they had any pets. Seeing how cute the scraplet was, Raph took out a screw and threw it into the distance, wanting to play with the little pet. The scraplet quickly opened its mouth to reveal a row of sharp teeth, dashed over, leapt into the air, and devoured the screw completely, leaving not a single scrap behind. It returned to Raph and rubbed against his pant leg. Raph picked it up, wanting to show the pet to Bumblebee and Jack. Meanwhile, Ratchet, Bumblebee, and Bulkhead, who were busy checking the internal circuits of the base, did not notice what Raph was holding. Ratchet, look what I found. Raph, we're busy right now. Ratchet was a bit irritable, but he turned his head to look at Raph. Oh. His expression was one of extreme horror and fear. No, no, no. Bulkhead, Ratchet, and Bumblebee backed away continuously. The two warriors drew their blasters, shielding Ratchet behind them in a defensive stance. Hey, what's the matter with you guys? Seeing them so tense, Miko and Jack quickly stepped in front of Raph, and Miko asked worriedly. Scraplets, scraplets. What are scraplets? Raph curiously asked Ratchet about the origins of the bugs. Scraplets are the most dangerous pests on Cybertron. You're joking, right? You guys are so big, and they. Before Jack could finish, the scraplet immediately transformed from its spherical state into its insect form. Looking at the three Autobots with yellow-green thermal signatures before it, its appetite was instantly whetted. It bared 2 rows of sharp teeth and ran toward them. Stay back, stay back. The scraplet was incredibly fast. Bulkhead and the others couldn't hit it with their blasters. It jumped onto Bumblebee's body and began to gnaw like a lawnmower, leaving deep gouges wherever it went. Thanks to Bumblebee's agility, he threw the scraplet off, and it was then beaten to death by Raph with a stick. Take it easy, tough guy. Jack, standing nearby, quickly took the stick, looking a bit worried. I'm sorry, Bumblebee. Is he badly hurt? Don't worry, he'll be fine. It's just a surface wound. Ratchet comforted Raph to put him at ease, while Jack walked over and said to Bulkhead. It's okay now, the scraplet has been eliminated. No, scraplets usually appear in swarms. I think I know where they came from. Guys, we're in big trouble. Ratchet quickly devised a countermeasure. Eventually, they decided to repair the ground bridge first to rescue Optimus Prime and the others from the Antarctic before they were frozen into dormancy by the extreme cold. Since scraplets do not attack humans, the heavy responsibility of repairing the energy conduit fell to Jack and the others. Fortunately, they successfully completed the task in the end. Thousands of scraplets were ready to feed again. They traveled through the ventilation ducts to the main control room and flew toward Ratchet and the others with their mouths wide open. Scraplets fear extremely low temperatures. Send them back to the Antarctic to freeze them again. Ratchet endured the pain of being gnawed on and activated the ground bridge. Bulkhead, the big guy, acted as bait, luring the scraplets into the ground bridge. Upon arriving in the Antarctic, they finally froze those terrifying bugs. Optimus Prime and RC also returned to the base through the ground bridge. Optimus Prime watched as Ratchet, despite his own injuries, performed body scans and treatments on Bulkhead and Bumblebee, and couldn't help but say with concern. Perhaps you should rest yourself, old friend. A few days later, after consuming quite a lot of materials, the damaged circuits were finally repaired. Optimus Prime, there's a restricted channel signal. Based on my analysis, this signal is coming from a spaceship in the solar system. Ratchet performed further operations to analyze the source of the signal. It's an Autobot identification beacon. To confirm the authenticity of the beacon and prevent the Decepticons from fooling an Autobot signal, as well as to avoid exposing the base's location, Optimus Prime directly connected to a global satellite and spoke in the Cybertronian language. Unidentified spaceship. This is Autobot Outpost Omega-1. Please identify yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, an Autobot signal came through on the screen. The welcome greetings I get from the Decepticons are warmer than this. Upon hearing this voice, Bulkhead was very happy. Wheeljack. You bane of the Decepticons, what are you doing all the way out here? Bulkhead, is that you? I thought you were dead. Wheeljack teased Bulkhead as he usually did. Jackie, this planet is crawling with Decepticons. How long until you can get here to help us? Probably tomorrow. I'm already traveling at top speed. Miko, sitting on Bulkhead's shoulder, was very happy to hear this news. Woohoo! Another Autobot is coming, this is so cool. Wheeljack, I have admired him for a long time, but I've never met him. Bulkhead, can you be sure it's really him? Although Optimus Prime hoped it was an Autobot ally, he had to consider the safety of everyone in the base. Optimus Prime. I know Jackie's voice better than anyone. Bulkhead was very confident in his judgment regarding his brother-in-arms. Autobot brother, we will send you the coordinates. Safe travels. To prevent Wheeljack's ship from being tracked by the Decepticons, which would reveal the base's location, Optimus Prime had Ratchet transmit nearby coordinates. Though, of course, they were still quite a distance from their man-made base. Bulkhead, you know Wheeljack well. RC looked at Bulkhead in confusion and then asked. Of course. I once served in the same unit as him, the Wreckers. The Decepticons certainly won't want us to reunite with him. Meanwhile, Starscream on the Nemesis was closely monitoring the conversation between the Autobots and the image of Wheeljack displayed in the triangular prism via soundwave. War hero, we don't have much time, Wheeljack. Starscream looked at Makeshift, who was standing nearby, and immediately ordered Soundwave to transmit Wheeljack's relevant physical data to Makeshift. Makeshift immediately transformed into another Wheeljack and took the Decepticons to the landing site, waiting to ambush and capture the real Wheeljack. By the time the Autobots arrived, the real Wheeljack had already been replaced. Unaware, the Autobots brought Makeshift into their man-made base. However, because Makeshift was only disguised as Wheeljack and lacked his teasing and bold personality, Bulkhead soon noticed something was off. Meanwhile, Wheeljack, who had already managed to escape his cell through some means, stood on the top deck of the Nemesis, facing the encroaching advance of dozens of Decepticons commanded by Starscream. Just then, a cyan vortex suddenly appeared behind him. Makeshift was thrown out of the ground bridge, along with the Decepticons who were passing through their ground bridge, and they were all knocked out. Wheeljack took the opportunity to escape into it. Makeshift, did you or did you not figure out the location of their base? Starscream looked at Makeshift with great anger. Yes, Lord Starscream, the Autobot base is inside a hidden bunker. Just then, Starscream noticed the phase time bomb on Makeshift's waist. Move, move, get out of the way. Starscream quickly transformed into a jet and flew away from the deck of the Nemesis. Makeshift, you fool. The stunned Decepticon soldiers were engulfed by a massive blue blast wave and reduced to a pile of scrap metal. Makeshift's spark was extinguished, and he was declared dead. Di Tianming had long been monitoring through human satellite channels, just like Soundwave, while Wheeljack was communicating with the Autobots. After careful consideration, he decided there was no need to participate in their battle. As for the Master of Disguise, Makeshift, Di Tianming had indeed thought about recruiting him. After all, like Cliffjumper, Makeshift was a character in Prime who did not survive a single episode. It was truly pitiful. However, Makeshift was a loyal follower of Starscream. Recruiting Skyquake had already taken up much of his time, and there was no need to waste more on someone with uncertain combat potential. Let the Autobots and Decepticons fight. The more intense their conflict, the more advantageous it would be for him. After analyzing the pros and cons, Di Tianming continued to hold the dark energon that had been partially purified, placed a drop onto a petri dish, and then observed it under the particle optical microscope. Di Tianming discovered that some black particles within the dark energon seemed to be fighting each other by instinct. Their combative nature was excessive, and even when they died, they could quickly revive. He conducted further energy separation experiments, only to find that Dark Energon was extremely aggressive towards everything, though it seemed more keen on invading Energon. Sigh. The data is still about the same as what was researched thousands of years ago. Even if the anti-spark factors are extracted from the Dark Energon, it remains useless. They are like parasites, endless. Could the direction of life energy I have been researching for so many years be wrong? Di Tianming rested his head on his left hand, lost in thought, when suddenly a flash of inspiration struck. Why don't I try using synthetic energon? He recalled that in the original plot, Knockout and Starscream injected a mixture of synthetic energon and dark energon into Deadfire, who had been parasitized by Captain Silas, creating a new species similar to zombie-infected beings. At the very least, they possessed a zombie-like consciousness, unlike those undead armies that only knew how to destroy everything. Just then, Green knocked on the laboratory door. Lord Di Tianming, you should get some more rest. Prolonged contact with dark energon will weaken your body. I know, medical officer. After the surgery on Skyquake, though Di Tianming had performed most of it, Green had managed to reattach a severed leg for Skyquake. His medical skills had improved enough for Di Tianming to call him a medical officer. If Green lacked anything, it was surgical experience. After all, his welding technique was quite poor, the welds were not aesthetically pleasing at all, and after the patient recovered, they still had to use a polisher to smooth out the wounds. Di Tianming walked out of the laboratory and returned to the spaceship's main control room. Lord, our remaining energon can last at most 30 days, and that doesn't include the energy requirements for the spaceship's flight. My suggestion is, for the sake of your continued experiments, to send some soldiers to raid or mine for energon deposits. Listening to the work report from Green, who was both a doctor and the logistics captain, gave Di Tianming a massive headache. Energon deposits on Earth were already very limited, and the energy research these past few days had been extremely draining on the energon supply. Aside from Skyquake, who was a true warrior, his subordinates Black Crow and Green had little combat experience. If they were to engage in melee combat with opponents, they would be the ones taking a beating. I should have had Skyquake use his spare time to properly train Black Crow and Green when I first recruited him. Di Tianming deeply regretted his excessive generosity from before. As for those cloned soldiers, they were fine for basic tasks, but sending them to fight the Autobots or Decepticons would be a death wish. At a critical moment, while browsing a related information website, a cloned soldier accidentally saw a mural from Greece. Intuition told him that the object in the painting was not simple. Lord Di Tianming, I think I have found something good. That's right, it was the golden sphere held by the Greek goddess, the Energon Harvester. As for why they hadn't discovered the main Energon deposit beneath the Greek goddess mural, it was because Di Tianming's primary detection method utilized human satellites, and secondly, the Ming had a limited detection range and did not fly all over the world like the Decepticons, the Nemesis. Why were the Autobots in the Prime series so lacking in energon and forced to seize energon deposits from the Decepticons? Aside from their small numbers and lack of technology, it was also due to their lack of mobility. Soldier, you have done well. Once this item is retrieved, I will upgrade your body. Thank you, Lord. These words immediately aroused the envy of the other 4 clone soldiers in the main control room, and their enthusiasm for work soared even higher. After all, who wouldn't want a more powerful body and an endless supply of energon cubes? Di Tianming looked at the energon harvester on the screen with great joy. Search immediately and see where that sphere has been transported to. After some waiting, there was finally news. Lord, it is right here in this museum, stored as an exhibit. Good. I am going to the laboratory to make something first. Black Crow, you are responsible for contacting Skyquake and telling him to return immediately, we have things to do. Di Tianming quickly returned to the laboratory and immediately began to build a little gadget. Meanwhile, while Starscream waited anxiously, an Autobot with red and yellow accents walked toward him with a hint of narcissism. It's a long way. Starscream, my wheels are still tingling. Indeed, knockout. I really don't understand which Decepticon would choose a car as their vehicle mode. Starscream walked toward Knockout, looking at him with slight disdain. I like the look of wire-belted tires. I heard Megatron is in urgent need of equipment assistance. When the hatch opened, Knockout saw Megatron, who was half dead, with several life energy tubes inserted into him, and a large hole blown through his center. His spark was already very dim. What a pity. Our former leader, Lord Megatron, has been like this for some time. Eventually, everyone voted and decided to invite an expert over, perhaps he can be slowly repaired. Starscream looked at Megatron lying on the platform and said, feigning regret and grief. What I'm better at isn't fixing things, but taking them apart. Knockout joked, then revealed his medical drill and continued. Perhaps my assistant can help, but he is currently investigating an energon signal. Very well, Knockout. I just hope your partner doesn't get taken out by the Autobots. Starscream already hated people who didn't follow his orders and acted on their own, especially since he was now the leader of the Decepticons. However, he wouldn't hold it against the newcomer. At this very moment, Ratchet also discovered the Athena mural. Optimus Prime sent Bulkhead to investigate, and Miko, using the excuse of wanting to admire the beauty of ancient culture, went along with Bulkhead. Why would the ancient Greeks paint an energon harvester? Bulkhead looked at the ancient Greek goddess mural exposed at the construction site ahead. You know what that golden orb is. I didn't expect you to be so smart. Miko took the opportunity to pick up her phone and take a picture of the ancient Greek goddess mural. Just then, a large blue warrior slowly walked out from behind Bulkhead. Actually, Bulkhead, you are quite dim-witted. Realizing it only now is too late. Deadfire. Miko, hurry and hide. Bulkhead looked down at Miko at his feet and urged. No need to hide. I didn't expect that after so many years, you've taken in a pet. However, I have one too. Deadfire's hood opened, and a blue robotic dog jumped out. It was taller than Miko and carried a small cannon backpack on its back. It quickly transformed into a humanoid form. Unce unce unce, Jam danced along to the rhythm of the music. Stop dancing, Jam. Tear that human girl to pieces for me. Deadfire looked at his mini-con partner who had stayed inside his body for centuries, feeling speechless. Ever since it arrived on this planet, it had fallen in love with human music and couldn't extricate itself. Got it, Deadfire. Also, I need to remind you, I am not your pet. Jam immediately transformed into its robotic dog form and charged at Miko, its back-mounted cannon firing continuously at her. Miko, run. Bulkhead, instead of worrying about your human friend, you'd better worry about yourself. Deadfire lifted a stone pillar and threw it at Bulkhead. Bulkhead's right hand quickly transformed into a spiked mace, smashing the stone pillar in two. Deadfire's right hand also transformed into a hammer, and the two began to attack each other. Miko quickly used a stone barrier to dodge Jam's attacks and urgently called Ratchet. Ratchet, requesting support. A Decepticon has appeared here, and a mad dog named Jam is chasing me. Hearing this news, Jack and the others asked in confusion, Jam. A new Decepticon, or is it one of Di Tianming's subordinates? No, that is the mini-con partner of Deadfire, a former member of the Stunticons under Megatron. It looks like Miko is in big trouble. RC, go help Bulkhead and the others, Optimus Prime said solemnly, while Ratchet immediately opened the ground bridge. Upon hearing Miko speaking ill of it, Jam's murderous intent flared. Little brat, I am a mini-con, the king of music, Jam. I am not a mad dog. You have angered me. It fired its back-mounted cannon at the boulder. The boulder cracked, exposing Miko completely. Little brat, I see you. It immediately charged rapidly toward Miko, preparing to finish her off with its sharp teeth. Just at that critical moment, a large fist struck Jam directly. Jam, are you alright? Deadfire shouted anxiously, watching Jam get knocked to the ground. Deadfire, your little pet is still as trashy as ever. Now you should worry about yourself. Taking advantage of Deadfire's distraction, Bulkhead struck Deadfire's chest with his iron hammer, sending Deadfire flying. At this moment, Jam stood back up and looked at RC, who had picked it up. Little female warrior, the mini-con Jam will not surrender. Subsequently, a small cannon shot hit RC, but she felt nothing. Seizing this opening, Jam quickly jumped onto RC's back and began moving around her body with flamboyant flair, gnawing at her weak points. The tamer of maidens, Jam makes a grand entrance. RC swatted around, but still couldn't catch it. Jam, retreat. Deadfire, having transformed into an armored truck, drove straight at RC. Little female warrior, Jam will play with you another day. Jam jumped into the vehicle and left with Deadfire. While Deadfire was fighting Bulkhead, Tianming had already finished a simple replica of the Golden Orb and contacted Captain Silas using satellite and spaceship communication technology. That's right, it was that mech leader who would stop at nothing just for Cybertronian technology. Who are you? What do you want with me? Somewhere, at the mech headquarters, Captain Silas stared intently at the communication voice waves on the screen. Your operation failed a few days ago. You must have seen our power by now. I am willing to discuss a collaboration with you. If you can pull it off, I can provide you with some of our technology. Are you interested? Upon hearing that he could be provided with Cybertronian technology, Captain Silas was extremely excited. If he could have that technology, he wouldn't have to worry about failing his previous plans. However, working with these alien mechanical lifeforms, he had to be doubly careful. Who are you? Are you an Autobot or a Decepticon? That is something you don't need to know. If you don't cooperate, there are plenty of other humans who will. Tianming could be considered the Cybertronian who understood human desires the best. Even Optimus Prime couldn't compare to him in this regard. Of course, we are very eager to cooperate with you. What are the terms of the collaboration? Not long after Captain Silas finished speaking, 2 photos and specific coordinates were sent over. I will send someone to deliver a fake Golden Orb replica to you. I need your mech team to retrieve the real Golden Orb without triggering the museum's alarms and deliver it to my subordinate, Wu Ya. As soon as the conversation ended, a pure black Cybertron sports car appeared in front of the base. This was Black Crow. Black Crow. Be careful when working with this mech team and keep a close watch on your surroundings. I will have Skyquake monitor everything below from the air. Be sure to hide our faction markings. Tianming instructed Black Crow using the exclusive Qianji Hall channel. My lord, Black Crow understands. At this moment, the mech members monitoring the surroundings of the base quickly reported, Captain Silas, a high-tech sports car without a license plate has suddenly appeared at the base entrance. Subsequently, Captain Silas led a 10-man mech squad outside. I am Wu Ya. You must be Captain Silas. Yes. After receiving a definitive reply, Black Crow transformed into his humanoid form and handed the fake Golden Orb to Captain Silas. If the real orb in the museum is obtained by someone else, my lord will not hand over the technology to you. This is what you humans call a cooperation contract. Understood, we will get it done. Captain Silas never expected that these mechanical giants could be so knowledgeable about human culture. After finishing all this, Black Crow transformed back into a Cybertron sports car and quickly left the area. My lord, the initial collaboration is complete. What happens next depends on them. He drove to an unpopulated area, transformed into a jet fighter, and quickly ascended into the air to rendezvous with Skyquake. Black Crow, your triple changer ability is quite impressive, though you are too young. Skyquake, you can also possess triple changer abilities, provided you complete the tasks assigned by Lord Tianming. To tell the truth, Skyquake really envied those guys who possessed triple changer abilities, but he still preferred his own two-mode form. After all, his vehicle mode was a plane, and he really didn't like the car mode. At dusk, which was also the museum's closing time, Captain Silas arrived at the designated target destination with 10 members of mech. Meanwhile, Black Crow and Skyquake were high above in the clouds, a kilometer away, closely monitoring the activity around the museum and reporting promptly to D. Tianming. Lord D. Tianming, everything is as usual. No traces of the Autobots or Decepticons have been found. D. Tianming was determined to obtain the Energon harvester developed by the ancient Autobots and could not tolerate the slightest error. Monitor every move around the museum closely. If you notice anything amiss, strike immediately and seize the Energon harvester. Understood. At that moment, Captain Silas led his squad to quickly infiltrate the museum from the back, disguised as janitors or museum security guards. Using hacking technology, they forced all the surveillance cameras to go black for a period of time. What is going on? Where did the wiring burn out? If only one camera had gone dark, the people in the monitoring room might have immediately deployed security to guard the exhibits to prevent theft. But since all the cameras had gone out, they would only check the equipment and wouldn't pay much attention to the exhibits, especially since it was still daytime. Just as most of the security guards were sent to check the circuits and equipment failures, 4 mech members immediately arrived at the exhibition hall and knocked out the 2 patrolling security guards. Captain Silas, all potential dangerous routes have been cleared. We can begin replacing the item. A piece of glass above the exhibition hall was opened, and Captain Silas climbed onto the hand of the Greek goddess sculpture, quickly hoisting the Energon harvester out of the museum with a lowered rope, and then, using the same method, replaced it with the fake golden orb. Objective swapped. Evacuate immediately. Captain Silas happily gave the order to retreat, and the infiltrating squad exited the museum the same way they came. At this moment, all the museum surveillance feeds returned to normal. Meanwhile, hovering high above and closely monitoring the operation, Black Crow and Skyquake informed D. Tianming of Captain Silas's success and awaited further instructions. Black Crow looked at Skyquake beside him and joked to himself. Skyquake, you have such a good life. Unlike me, I'm just destined for hard labor. This is D. Tianming's trust in you, you should be content. Skyquake watched as Black Crow flew away from the museum, while he remained nearby to continue the surveillance. After monitoring for a while, the sky had turned dim. Just then, not far away, energy fluctuations from 2 ground bridges were detected, one after the other. Miko and the other 2 arrived at the museum exhibition center, having emerged from the ground bridge in a semi-automatic scissor lift. Oh, that thing, it's there. Miko pointed at the fake orb on the hand of the Greek goddess statue, while Optimus Prime was just outside the museum's glass wall, keeping a close watch on their safety. Jack first operated the scissor lift to raise it, and Miko covered the only surveillance camera in the exhibition hall that was pointed at the Greek goddess statue with a photo on her phone. Then, Jack quickly drove the lift to the side of the Greek goddess, preparing to move the fake orb onto the lift. Outside, a red sports car arrived beside Optimus Prime. Hey! Nice wheels. 26-inch anti-skid tires. You big lug, just like my friend behind me. Knockout was almost obsessed with wheels and paint jobs. The blue riot control vehicle behind was accelerating at full speed, and a triangular particle cannon automatically rose from its roof, firing a shell toward Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime transformed, quickly caught the shell with both hands, and intercepted it outside the museum to prevent the Decepticons from causing damage to the museum, thereby harming humans or destroying the Energon harvester. After Optimus Prime confirmed that Miko and the others were fine, just as he was about to turn his head, Knockout drew his shock staff and electrocuted Optimus Prime, knocking him down. Don't look around during battle, Optimus Prime. Subsequently, Knockout looked through the glass wall and saw the humans stealing things inside. Just as he was about to rush in and seize the Energon harvester, Optimus Prime recovered and knocked him away. Deadfire. Hurry and send your little friend to take out the humans inside and seize the energon harvester. Knockout ordered angrily, then had Deadfire join him to take down Optimus Prime. Jam quickly jumped off Deadfire, dodged Optimus Prime's gunfire, and swiftly entered the museum exhibition hall. Yo! It's the little brats from before, and with two more companions. You're out of luck running into me, Jam. At this moment, Raph had successfully pushed the fake orb onto the scissor lift, while Jam below was rushing rapidly toward the lift. RC, it's that mini-con robotic dog Miko encountered before. It's attacking us. Jack quickly informed RC of the danger via the Autobot comms channel, and Bulkhead and Bumblebee, who were on the east and north sides of the museum, also received the message one after another. Jack, listen. You have a wristband on your hand. Press the button, and it will automatically transform into a pistol. Although you are young and neither Ratchet nor we recommend you use it. What's that sound over there? Before RC could finish, she saw a high-tech Cybertronian toy pistol appear in Miko's hand, firing several shots at Jam. Cool. Mad Dog, let you taste the power of the cyber pistol. Miko, take it easy. Don't damage the museum's exhibits. Bulkhead persuaded Miko via the Autobot channel. This was Optimus Prime's instruction for this mission. The Autobots should try their best not to be exposed to humans, but only on the condition that Miko and the others' lives were not threatened. At this moment, both Bulkhead and Bumblebee had gone to support Optimus Prime. Ratchet, RC requests an emergency ground bridge activation to let Jack and the others return to base safely. Although Jack and the others had the weapons Ratchet gave them, she was still a bit worried about them facing the experienced Jam. The commotion inside the museum also caught the attention of the security guard in the monitoring room, who quickly headed to the exhibition hall to check. RC, you must trust in human capability, especially your charges. It wasn't that Ratchet didn't want to open the ground bridge, but the risk after opening it was too high, and he believed in Raph and the others' abilities. That said, Ratchet still had RC rush into the museum to rescue Raph and the others. At this moment, the mini-con Jam, being bombarded by crazy firepower, was furious. Just as he approached the scissor lift, he was hit by the dense fire, nearly extinguishing his spark. Deadfire, I need fire support. These three brats are armed, and I can't get close. Deadfire, who was fighting Bulkhead, had absolutely no time to support Jam. If you can't beat them, retreat. Isn't that what you mini-cons always do? Just as Jam was unwilling to give up and was preparing for one last attempt before retreating, the museum dome was directly pierced through. Uh-oh, bad news. Raph and the others watched helplessly as Soundwave picked up the fake energon harvester, transformed into a Blackbird drone, flew into the night sky, and disappeared. That's the end of Part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Transformers. Scientists, Reconstructing Cybertron. Part 2. Seeing Soundwave obtain the Energon Harvester, Knockout and Deadfire transformed into their vehicle modes and retreated together. Deadfire, are you abandoning me? You disloyal guy. Receiving a communication from Jam, Deadfire quickly turned his vehicle around, and risking the danger of having his roof shot through by the Autobots, he sped into the interior of the museum. Bang! The entire glass wall shattered, leaving a large hole, and Deadfire drifted to a stop in front of Jam. Get in already. You can't even handle a few humans. Have you had too little engine oil, or does your brain need repairs? Jam jumped into the car angrily and sprawled across the seat. The music I chose today just didn't fit the mood. I am the king of music, how could I possibly fail? Just as RC also transformed into her motorcycle mode and rushed in, seeing Jack and the others continuing to fire at Deadfire, she realized her worries were unnecessary, while Deadfire accelerated at full throttle, rushed out, and disappeared into the night. At this moment, the security guard from the monitoring room arrived at the scene and discovered the motorcycle that had blocked his path earlier, along with Jack and the other two. Looking at the surrounding environment, he saw that the entire museum was in chaos, resembling a junkyard, though the exhibits remained undamaged. Your theft attempt has failed. Don't move. If you move again, I'll shoot. After taking a closer look at Jack and the other two, the security guard was shocked to find that they were all holding weapons. Calling security, it looks like I'm in trouble. A group of good-for-nothing young people is attacking me. Requesting backup. Requesting backup. Oh, looks like we're going to jail. Just as Soundwave thought the Energon harvester was completely in his possession and let his guard down, a blue-green jet approached rapidly from behind, firing several bullets. Soundwave, today I, Skyquake, have come for revenge. Relying on his superior maneuverability, Soundwave dodged quickly, circled behind Skyquake, and launched missiles to retaliate. After his upgrade, Skyquake's vehicle mode speed had also increased. He quickly dodged these attacks, and just as he was preparing to continue striking Soundwave, Soundwave had already vanished into the clouds, disappearing from sight. Soundwave, one day, I, Skyquake, will surely extinguish your spark with my own hands. After failing to achieve his goal, Skyquake returned to the Ming via the ground bridge. Meanwhile, Black Crow, having transformed into a Cybertronian sports car, arrived once again at the arranged meeting spot and looked at the Energon harvester in front of him. Captain Silas, this is the Cybertronian technology the Master gave you. You should give me what we want. Remember, don't try any tricks. We at Mech are the most committed to the spirit of contracts. Here is what you wanted. Immediately, Black Crow transformed into his humanoid form, took the Energon harvester in his hand, and handed over a weakened version of a Cybertronian toy gun and a toy motorcycle. He transformed back into his sports car form and left the meeting spot. A team member nearby watched Black Crow leave before slowly saying, Captain Silas, this isn't your style. If we had acted during the trade and killed this Autobot, wouldn't we have obtained even more alien technology? These robots understand us better than I imagined, especially the hover boomerang he was holding. If we had tried to force the issue, we would have certainly died. Upon seeing the hover boomerang for the first time, Captain Silas wanted to obtain that technology, and he then smiled wickedly. The cooperation cannot end here. Once I have fully mastered the technology they gave us, I will round them all up. At that time, our plan, no, the entire Earth, will be ours. He stared intensely at the Cybertronian toy gun and toy motorcycle that had been delivered, then led his men back to the headquarters base to conduct relevant research. Tianming, when cooperating with these mech members, had already seen right through them. The technology he gave them was merely a slight improvement on existing advanced human technology. If they could use this as a foundation to further research more powerful weapons, that was up to their own ability. In any case, it would never pose a threat to him. On the Mingd, Tianming held the Energon harvester, feeling very excited. As long as we have this thing, we will never lack Energon for the foreseeable future. Black Crow, Green, your combat experience is too poor. You need to spar with Skyquake more. But for now, Soldier, open the ground bridge. Tianming, accompanied by his three subordinates, arrived at the mural where the Energon harvester was previously discovered. He picked up the harvester and aimed it at the hidden main Energon vein beneath the soil. Wave after wave of blue Energon tides were absorbed by the harvester and stored within it. I didn't expect the Energon within this hidden vein to be even more than I had estimated. Meanwhile, at the Autobot base, Ratchet was searching for tools to continue manufacturing a replica of the Golden Ball. Optimus Prime, what about Miko and RC? Bulkhead, Agent Fowler will go and resolve that. What I am most worried about now is that Starscream, having the Energon harvester, will go to harvest those inaccessible Energon veins. Thinking of Agent Fowler, who was still on vacation, Bulkhead was furious and smashed one of Ratchet's items with his hand. Bulkhead, I still need that. Seeing the part he had painstakingly manufactured get smashed, Ratchet looked at Bulkhead angrily. He could have finished the replica earlier, but now it would take some more time. Suddenly, a huge energon signal fluctuation was detected on the screen. Bumblebee, come with me to investigate. Optimus Prime and Bumblebee walked into the activated ground bridge. When they emerged from the ground bridge, Optimus Prime, you're late. As Di Tianming's figure vanished into the ground bridge, the entire construction site returned to peace. Bumblebee, it seems the situation is even worse than we imagined. Di Tianming's technology has improved again. Upon returning to the Ming, Di Tianming had Green fill the storage containers one by one with the energon from the energon harvester. After a rough count, this main energon vein provided him with a full 7,000 crates of energon cubes. He returned to the laboratory. His energy research experiments had hit a bottleneck stage, so he turned his attention to a new round of new weapon manufacturing. Meanwhile, Starscream looked at the energon harvester in his hand and was secretly overjoyed. Soundwave, Knockout, Deadfire, you did well. We are now one step closer to the Decepticons' great cause. Starscream called for Knockout and Deadfire and came to the Greek goddess mural. He aimed the energon harvester at the soil, but there was absolutely no reaction. Could the ancient Autobots' technology be outdated? Lord Starscream, the hidden main vein underneath seems to have already been mined by someone else. Knockout said to Starscream while holding the scanner for detecting energon. What? How is this possible? Starscream immediately thought of Di Tianming. Could it be that he had also manufactured a device identical to the energon harvester? The feeling of fear in his heart grew even stronger. Subsequently, he went to an energon mining area controlled by the Decepticons, held the energon harvester, and waited for quite a while, but there was still absolutely no reaction. Wrong. This is a fake. This is a fake. Knockout. Deadfire. An emotional Starscream threw the harvester away with force. The harvester hit the wall, and suddenly, ding, ding, the phase induction bomb installed inside the harvester was triggered. The entire energon mining area was blown up, and rolling blue energy waves destroyed everything in the mine. Over 20 mining soldiers were killed in the explosion. Fortunately, Starscream and the others ran fast enough to escape unharmed, though their injuries were not much better off. Due to Starscream's mistake, the Decepticons lost an important energon mining site. Over the next 10 days or so, the Decepticons actively mobilized the Nemesis to continue searching for other energon mining sites. Just as the three factions fell into a brief period of peace, an extraterrestrial object swept past the moon and made an emergency crash landing on Earth. Furthermore, the crash site was only 10 kilometers away from the Ming. Black Crow, go to the crash site and investigate. See what exactly crashed near us. Di Tianming's train of thought in his experiment was disrupted by the noise of the crash. If the fallen object were an Autobot or a Decepticon, he would definitely twist their head off to study it. If it were a spaceship, he would melt it down. Either way, he was extremely annoyed. Yes. Just as Black Crow received the order and was preparing to use the ground bridge, Green, who was also undergoing training with Skyquake, volunteered. Sir, let me go instead. I haven't left the Ming for a long time. If I don't move around, my chassis will rust. After a moment of contemplation, Di Tianming said, very well. I'll leave this exploration mission to you. Before leaving, Green took a special look at Black Crow, who was being brutalized by Skyquake. Brother, sorry, but I can't stand this kind of gladiator training either. Green passed through the ground bridge and quickly arrived at the crash site, only to find a spaceship with its power systems completely destroyed, almost broken in two. Besides that, he also found a few drops of green liquid on the ground. Lord Di Tianming, this is an unidentified spaceship, but it is completely destroyed and cannot take off again. I also found a few drops of green liquid on the ground, and there are many spiderwebs along the path. It is suspected to be a large spider. In the laboratory, Di Tianming was immediately unsettled. This was no large spider, it was a cunning spider pet, Blackarachnia. You must fly away from the location immediately and stay alert to your surroundings. Wait for me to arrive before taking further instructions. Do you hear me? Hello. Hello. On Green's end, there was only a burst of static. Di Tianming immediately put down his manufacturing tools, grabbed the energon harvester located in the corner, quickly opened the ground bridge, and rushed in. Meanwhile, Green, having failed to get a response, was about to leave when he was suddenly bound to the hull of the ship by spider silk that struck from behind, rendering his hands and feet immobile. Don't move around. My spider silk only gets tighter the more you struggle. Blackarachnia walked toward the trapped Green and continued, I didn't expect to encounter one of my own on this planet. It looks like you're a scout for some small organization. Blackarachnia used her sharp fingers to lift Green's chin, looking at the Qianji umbrella mark on his chest. My lord won't let you get away with this. Calling for support. No matter how much Green called for Qianji Hall, it was to no avail under the interference of high-frequency pulses. Just as Blackarachnia was about to kill Green, RC, who had been tracking the footprints, fired a few shots. 2 shots successfully hit Blackarachnia's side of the face. Blackarachnia turned around angrily. RC, long time no see. No, I wish you had died on Cybertron forever. At this moment, the look in RC's eyes as she stared at Blackarachnia was full of fear, because she had killed her best partner, Tailgate, right in front of her. The shadow of that painful fear could not be erased from her mind to this day. RC, this must be the native life form of this planet, right? Humans, what an interesting species. Blackarachnia saw Jack running down from the mountain and was immediately interested in hunting the species. I told you to wait over there and not to come over. RC was a bit angry seeing Jack follow her. RC, partners don't abandon partners. Jack knew that RC wanted him to stay on the perimeter for his own safety, but as her partner, how could he abandon her? Especially since her behavior and expression had been off ever since she saw this ship. Oh, I love collecting endangered species. Of course, they aren't considered endangered until they meet me. The more Blackarachnia talked about this hunt, the more interested she became. Jack, run. She doesn't want me, she wants you. RC immediately charged toward Blackarachnia, not only to kill her and avenge Tailgate, but also to seize the opportunity to buy time for Jack to escape. RC, then I'll kill you first, and then go after that Jack. Blackarachnia glanced at Green, who was still tied up behind her, and continued seriously, don't worry, you'll be next, young countryman. Blackarachnia met her, using her slender and agile spider body to constantly maneuver around RC, spitting out spider silk in an attempt to completely entangle her. Not long after, Green finally broke free from his restraints, readied his plasma cannon, and fired rapidly at Blackarachnia. Blackarachnia, taste my Green's cannon barbecue. Green and RC began to cooperate. One used the cannon to fire, while the other engaged Blackarachnia in melee combat. Their teamwork was so in sync that Blackarachnia was gradually forced onto the defensive. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, Blackarachnia immediately burrowed underground, heading in the direction Jack had run. Thanks for the help. Oh no, Jack is in danger. RC immediately transformed into a motorcycle to protect Jack, while Green transformed into an Eagle-style fighter jet, flying into the sky to track her movements. However, due to the dense vegetation and heavy fog, he could not accurately lock onto the target. Jack, stop running. My patience is running out. Blackarachnia followed closely behind Jack, less than 500 meters away from him. As Jack was running, he saw a dark red Cybertronian tracked tank with a golden sphere on top. It was the energon harvester that had been taken by the Decepticons a few days ago. Why are the Decepticons here too? But this color seems Jack hid behind a tree and tried to recall carefully. At that moment, the Cybertronian tracked tank transformed into a tall transformer. That's right, what Jack saw was Tianming. Sigh. It's just hard to drive fast in vehicle mode with an independent weapon on top. Just as Tianming was complaining, Blackarachnia arrived in front of him. Tianming. Didn't you get killed by Starscream after the Great War? How are you appearing here? In short, Blackarachnia's current mindset was to leave as quickly as possible. She had heard that Tianming loved vivisection, especially on triple changers with beast forms like herself, not to mention the energon harvester Tianming was holding right now. She immediately fired a glob of spider silk at Tianming, attempting to seize the chance to snatch the energon harvester. But the strong Tianming was only pushed back a few steps by the attack, and it was only a few steps. This spider silk isn't much, is it? Aside from being a bit sticky, it's useless. Tianming used his powerful body to burst through the spider silk, then said with interest, "Now, little spider, you are my prey." Blackarachnia continued to fire at Tianming, but those weak little blasters were like scratching an itch to him. Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I'll blast the energon harvester in your hand and we'll go down together. Little spider, I'll give you 2 seconds to run. Hurry up and run. Upon hearing this, Blackarachnia immediately transformed into her spider form and ran backward, thinking that by relying on her agility and speed, she could shake off the pursuit. However, 2 seconds are up. My turn. Tianming ran forward. When he was only a short distance from Blackarachnia, he raised the energon harvester and locked onto her. Stream after stream of blue energy was stripped from Blackarachnia's body and stored inside the energon harvester. As the energon was extracted, Blackarachnia's running speed dropped, and her agility decreased. No, don't kill me. I'm still useful. On my ship, there are many rare species specimens I've collected that you can study. No need. Your specimens, along with you yourself, will all be mine. You have no bargaining chips whatsoever. As Tianming was extracting the energon from Blackarachnia's body, Jack, who was hiding not far away, immediately tapped his wrist device and aimed a small weapon at the energon harvester. Little Jack, don't move. You are playing with fire. The high-speed ion cannon on Tianming's left hand had long been aimed at Jack. In fact, he had discovered him a long time ago. He hadn't expected Jack to be so brave. If the energon harvester were to explode, the surrounding 500 meters would be affected, not to mention that it was storing energon inside. By the time RC arrived, Blackarachnia had already been drained to the point of being half dead. Besides that, she also saw Jack being held at gunpoint. Tianming, release Jack, or I will perish with you today. Tianming pointed the energon harvester directly at RC, while his left-hand cannon remained aimed at Jack. Jack had never left his line of sight either. RC, you don't have any bargaining chips to negotiate with me now. Do you choose to die, or for your human partner to die? Or shall we all die together? Just at that moment, Green arrived at the scene. Looking at the stalemate between the two sides, he said respectfully to Tianming. My lord, this Autobot saved my life. Could you let her go? Green, you've come at the right time. Hurry up and drag Blackarachnia away from me. Tianming looked at RC again and smiled playfully. Ha ha ha, RC, you saved my subordinate, so I will spare your life and Jack's. We are even. Go back and tell Optimus Prime that perhaps one day I will cooperate with him. Accompanied by the appearance of a blue vortex, Green carried Blackarachnia, and he and Tianming disappeared into it together. At this moment, seeing Blackarachnia in her current state, RC felt a mix of emotions, a sense of vengeance fulfilled, yet also some lingering dissatisfaction. RC, or all Cybertronian scientists as crazy as Tianming, even disregarding his own life. Not all of them, but he is the only Cybertronian who is obsessed with science, devoted to science, and driven mad by science. Jack, You need to study hard. Perhaps in the future, you will become a technological talent like him. After releasing the emotions she had suppressed for so long, RC felt much more at ease. RC, you're doing it again, nagging constantly like my mom. Besides, I won't become a crazy person like Di Tianming. While RC lectured, Jack stubbornly refused to listen. The two drove out of the high-frequency interference zone, then returned to the human base via the ground bridge to inform Optimus Prime of everything that had happened. Returning to the Ming, Green appeared somewhat dejected because, on his first mission, he had almost died at the hands of the enemy. No need to be so dejected, medical officer. You were already quite impressive. Di Tianming comforted him. After all, he was only a doctor and the head of the logistics department. Even after being upgraded, it was normal for him to be unable to defeat a spider that could spit webs, given his lack of combat and practical experience. However, when it was time to be strict, he still had to be strict. In your spare time, you must follow Skyquake to learn combat experience. A doctor who has not been baptized and tempered by the fires of war is not what I, Qianji Hall, need. My lord, I will certainly not live up to your expectations. After placing Blackarachnia's body in the laboratory, Green quickly returned to the training room to follow Skyquake and learn how to be a true combat medic. Di Tianming looked at the half-dead Blackarachnia with great delight. He had long wanted to study the things on her body, especially her biological insect genes. Rest assured, I won't let you enter stasis. What I like most is live research, maintaining the original purity of biological genes. From then on, faint screams came from the laboratory. Any soldier passing by the laboratory who didn't know better would have thought Di Tianming had some peculiar hobbies. 6 days later, because the Nemesis suffered an electromagnetic leakage malfunction, the Decepticon's stealth technology lost its intended functionality. While Ratchet detected the Decepticon signal, he also detected an Autobot distress signal. Forget about the Decepticons for now, there might be an Autobot in danger there. Ratchet, bring the medical equipment. Optimus Prime opened the ground bridge and walked in with Ratchet. At this moment, RC, who was guarding the base, said, Megatron is dead. If we attack them by surprise. Hearing this suggestion, Bulkhead immediately chimed in. We could beat the Decepticons to a pulp. Raph, who was upstairs, thought for a moment and said, the Decepticons have an electromagnetic leak, and Di Tianming must have detected it too. What if he joins the battle while you are attacking the Decepticons? After all, he has that dangerous thing, the Energon Harvester, in his hands. Bulkhead punched his hands together, very confidently. If he really dares to come, I wouldn't mind smashing the Energon Harvester in his hands into a metal pancake. Jack agreed with Bulkhead's view and added. He captured Blackarachnia a few days ago, he must be doing research somewhere right now. Unless he sends those two subordinates of his. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime and Ratchet arrived at a snow-covered mountain. A damaged scientific research ship, exposed due to melting ice and snow, stood on the mountain peak, almost blending in with the snowy mountain. Optimus Prime opened a breach, and the two walked in through it. After opening the hatch on the ship, two non-rusted Autobot corpses came into view. Besides that, there was a pool of dark blue liquid. Just as Optimus Prime was about to step forward to examine them, Ratchet stopped him. Optimus Prime, don't touch them. These people didn't die from a ship crash, but from a virus infection. This is a plague ship. Optimus Prime had to re-evaluate the terrifying nature of this ship. However, the Energon signal on the detector in his hand still existed and had not disappeared after they reached the inside of the ship. No, there is still someone alive here. Optimus Prime, we should go back first, make the necessary preparations, and then come back to investigate. Looking at the miserable state of these Autobots' deaths, Ratchet couldn't help but be concerned for Optimus Prime's safety. This Energon signal flickers in and out and is extremely weak. If we turn back now, that Autobot brother will very likely die. Ratchet, you are currently the only doctor we Autobots have. You should return to the base first. That Autobot brother is also very likely infected with the virus and will need your treatment. Optimus Prime could not abandon any Autobot brother, even if there was only a sliver of possibility, he could not give up. Under Ratchet's gaze, he continued to explore deeper into the ship. And how could Ratchet turn back? If Optimus Prime were infected with the virus, he would still have to carry him back, so he stayed in that spot. Optimus Prime, keep the communications open at all times. If anything happens, call me immediately. I will find you by following your voice. You cannot have anything happen to you, we need you to lead us. Optimus Prime followed the signal to a cargo hold inside the ship and opened the hatch. A stasis pod appeared before him. It seems this is the source of the signal. The exterior of the stasis pod in front of Optimus Prime was already coated in a thin layer of deep blue crystals. These crystals were viral ice crystals formed by the viral liquid under low temperature conditions. Although these viruses had lost their activity in the low temperature environment, it was still best to avoid touching them. Optimus Prime walked cautiously up to the stasis pod, melted a portion of the ice crystals with extreme care, and extracted some energon from within his own body to inject into the stasis pod. The stasis pod slowly opened, and an Autobot who had not been infected by the virus appeared before Optimus Prime's eyes. Perceptor. Optimus Prime was overjoyed at this moment. As an old friend of Optimus Prime and one of the scientists among the Autobots, having him present would give the Autobots more confidence to fight against the Decepticons and Tianming. Optimus Prime, being as careful as possible, helped the weak Perceptor out and walked toward the exit, taking every step with extreme caution. Optimus Prime, I didn't expect the person inside the ship to be Perceptor. He wasn't infected by the virus, was he? He is healthy, just lacking energon and has fallen into a short-term coma. Just as he was about to reach Ratchet, the ship shook again due to the melting ice and snow, and 2 drops of deep blue liquid dripped into the shoulder joints of both Optimus Prime and Perceptor respectively. Oh, no. The situation Ratchet feared most had occurred. This time it was the leader, Optimus Prime, and the Autobot scientist, Perceptor, both were essential members of the Autobots. Ratchet quickly instructed Bulkhead and Bumblebee to put on protective gear and hurry over, bringing the infected Optimus Prime and Perceptor back to the base for examination. This is the Cybertronian plague. Contact with infected energon leads to infection. Listening to Ratchet's analysis report, Miko asked, puzzled. How could there be this kind of plague on an Autobot ship? RC felt a bit heavy-hearted, especially seeing Optimus Prime in this state. The passengers were infected. This virus once claimed millions of lives. The Cybertronian plague is the result of Decepticon biochemical weapons, a masterpiece of Megatron. As a hacker, Raph looked at Ratchet and asked worriedly. Then do we have an antidote? There is no antidote. Optimus Prime answered powerlessly. Just then, the spark monitor checking Perceptor sounded an alarm. Oh no, our old friend was already weak, and now that he has been infected by the plague, he is fading fast. At this moment, the weak and barely mobile Optimus Prime turned his head to look at Perceptor beside him. Ratchet, you must save Perceptor. We cannot lose this old friend. Optimus Prime, talk less and conserve your energy. Afterward, Ratchet had everyone quickly bring out the only remaining 150-plus crates of energon in the base, connected energy transmission lines to Perceptor, and provided him with large amounts of energon. I only have this one method for now, by increasing the input of energon to stabilize his spark, but this method won't last long. After doing all this, Ratchet also connected an energy transmission line to Optimus Prime and looked at the limited energon reserves. Miko and the others were very anxious about this. Suddenly, Jack thought. It's impossible for Megatron not to have invented an antidote. What if he got infected himself? We can't ask Megatron, because he has been blown to pieces. Bulkhead stated what they believed to be the truth. That's right. Even if Megatron is dead, perhaps we can find the chemical equation for the viral antidote in their database. As of now, we can still lock onto the location of their warship. Ratchet suddenly realized. After seeing a glimmer of hope, everyone's spirits were no longer so low. Bumblebee, please come with me. Ratchet saw RC and Bumblebee preparing to head to the Decepticon warship, and after looking at the condition of Optimus Prime and the others, he said, RC, please be quick. Bumblebee and RC successfully infiltrated the Nemesis via the ground bridge, randomly selected a console, and used various means to access their database, but still could not find the chemical equation. RC, use the redundant quantum algorithm. Ratchet, I've already tried these, but I still can't find it. Continuous data searching had made RC's mood more volatile and irritable. Just then, Bumblebee interrupted her search process. Following the direction Bumblebee pointed out, they found Megatron's medical bay. RC reported urgently. I see Megatron, but he can't see me. There is a huge hole in his chest, and he is using several energy transmission lines to maintain his vital signs. Let me end it for him once and for all. Don't. Ratchet urgently stopped RC via communication. Give me a reason, speak quickly. Does Megatron have any brain activity? RC lowered her gun and turned to look at the life monitor. It's very strong. It seems he is still plotting something evil. Excellent. If there is an antidote, we must enter his brain and make him tell us the chemical equation for it. Ratchet, on the other side of the comms channel, was very excited. As long as Megatron had the antidote, they would inevitably be able to obtain it after entering his brain. Enter Megatron's brain. RC was very confused upon hearing Ratchet's words. There should be sufficient equipment support in the Decepticon medical bay. Use their most proficient cortical psychic patch technology. Ratchet, do you know how to use this technology? RC was even more confused by this. Decepticon technology, and brain neural technology at that. If the operation failed, at least 3 people would be sacrificed. The cortical psychic patch was once reverse engineered by Perceptor, and I have also read the relevant theoretical data. It can be done. While Ratchet was communicating, the conditions of Optimus Prime and Perceptor became even more unstable, especially since the consumption of energon was running low. Ratchet said anxiously. RC, Optimus Prime and Perceptor cannot hold on much longer. One of you must go and try, move quickly. Ultimately, as the scout, Bumblebee took on this arduous task. RC quickly performed the steps as Ratchet instructed. She inserted an energy neural cable into the back of Megatron's head, while they hid in the storage room within the medical bay. The other end of the energy neural cable was inserted into the back of Bumblebee's head. At this moment, Starscream, leading Knockout and Soundwave, arrived in the medical bay to discuss the final outcome for Megatron. Starscream came here to pull out the energy transmission lines and let Megatron die once and for all, while Knockout chimed in. If Megatron died, wouldn't Starscream's promise to make him second in command come true? Soundwave, through analysis, saw that line extending into the storage room. Starscream approached cautiously, fearing that an Autobot might suddenly jump out and shoot him. Meanwhile, Bumblebee was still in Megatron's consciousness world, and RC on the side anxiously monitored the actions of Starscream and the others. She didn't want to lose Bumblebee as well. At the same time, under Ratchet's arrangement, Bulkhead arrived at the site of Blackarachnia's crashed ship just as the energon was about to run out. Ratchet, you were indeed right. Di Tianming's subordinates are dismantling the ship wreckage, and their method of transport is actually using the ground bridge directly. That's too extravagant. Before this, after RC and Jack returned from their mission, Ratchet had been closely monitoring this place. The result was that the ship wreckage was constantly decreasing. There had to be human causes, but it definitely couldn't be the Decepticons. Then there was only one possibility, that the ship wreckage was being collected by Di Tianming, and he estimated that his base was not far from the ship wreckage. Now that they had to use the ground bridge to transport the wreckage, it was clear that Ratchet's guess was mostly correct, and Di Tianming's approach was a bit too cautious. Ratchet, what should we do now? Ratchet was also feeling completely overwhelmed. He had to constantly monitor the patients, carefully observe the images in Megatron's mind through Bumblebee, and provide guidance to Bulkhead. If it weren't for Jack and the others helping to share the burden, his head would truly be ready to explode. Bulkhead, we are going to request cooperation with Di Tianming. Handle it as you see fit, but there is one thing. You must not let Di Tianming know about the existence of Perceptor. Understood. Subsequently, Bulkhead transformed into a green off-road vehicle and charged down. 10 clone soldiers with red and white paint jobs immediately spotted the target and began firing at Bulkhead. Autobot detected, requesting support. What? The Autobots are here again. They aren't coming to snatch the ship wreckage, are they? Green, who is in the main control room, decided to call Black Crow to go with him so as not to disturb Di Tianming's experimental research. Just at this moment, another communication came through. Hey, this Autobot calls himself Bulkhead and has business with Lord Di Tianming. Judging by his tone, it seems he needs our help. After hearing this, Green did not dare to make a decision on his own, so he connected the communication to Di Tianming. Lord, an Autobot named Bulkhead has appeared at the ship wreckage and is asking for our help. Should we drive him away? No need. Open the ground bridge immediately, I will go see him personally. Soon, Di Tianming arrived before Bulkhead. Bulkhead, I didn't expect that before I could go find Optimus Prime would send you to find me first. Di Tianming, Bulkhead, am just a rough guy. I don't know how to speak like those politicians. We are lacking energon and need your help. Bulkhead's tone was blunt. He couldn't bring himself to lower his dignity to beg for handouts from an enemy. Why should I? Apart from Ratchet, that doomsday medic who lacks combat capability, the other 4 Autobots, especially Optimus Prime, are quite formidable. Raiding a Decepticon energon mine should be effortless for you, right? Bulkhead didn't know how to answer for a moment. Should he tell the enemy that Optimus Prime had contracted the plague virus? At this moment, Ratchet had Bulkhead take out the communication device. Di Tianming, I know you have always been devoted to research and dislike war. Currently, Optimus Prime has been infected with the Cybertron plague and urgently needs energon to stabilize his spark. You, some days ago, obtained an entire main vein of energon through an energon harvester. Therefore, I represent the Autobots in pleading for your help to save Optimus Prime. If he dies and we are eliminated by the Decepticons, you will be next. Di Tianming thought about it. It seemed Optimus Prime had been infected by the virus, and the majority of the Autobots had chosen to head to the Nemesis to search for the chemical formula for the antidote. And now, apart from Bulkhead, there were no extra forces available to raid an energon mine. Even if they succeeded, there wouldn't be enough time. Wait, besides Optimus Prime, is there anyone else among you who has also been infected with the plague virus? Some days ago, Di Tianming had heard an extremely important piece of information from the conversation between the soldiers and Skyquake. Deadfire had acquired a minicon named Jam. Although Deadfire should have had a minicon partner, in the original series, except for Soundwave's Laserbeak, no other minicons appeared. This could only mean one thing: the butterfly effect had arrived. Therefore, the Autobots' plea this time made Di Tianming suspect that a new Autobot had arrived on their side as well. No. You should also be aware of the great evacuation after the Cybertron war. If any Autobots had truly landed on Earth, you, me, and the Decepticons couldn't possibly have failed to notice. While Ratchet was monitoring and talking to Di Tianming, there were only 20 crates of energon left. With no response from Di Tianming for a long time, just as Ratchet thought he was going to refuse, Di Tianming spoke slowly. It's not impossible to give them to you, but I require some technological data from you Autobots. Of course, I don't need your current scientific technology. How does this proposal sound? Ratchet was instantly confused. He looked at Perceptor on the hospital bed, and for a fleeting moment, he wondered if Di Tianming had the ability to predict the future like Alpha Trion. But then he thought, he is a scientist, so having such technological ideas is perfectly normal. Fine, I accept your proposal on behalf of Optimus Prime. Ratchet had no choice but to do this. If there had been a better option, he would not have cooperated with Di Tianming. You Autobots wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Regardless, I am still willing to give you 80 crates of Energon. As for whether Optimus Prime can recover later, that will be up to fate. Di Tianming certainly believed in the integrity of the Autobots, especially that of Optimus Prime and Ratchet, but he still had to feign a suspicious tone. Thank you. Subsequently, Di Tianming had people move over 80 crates of Energon. Bulkhead alone could not transport them away quickly, but fortunately, there was help from Agent Fowler. A short while later, the 80 crates of Energon were transported one after another into the artificial base. With this Energon, Optimus Prime and Perceptor would be able to hold on a bit longer. Meanwhile, Starscream was about to discover RC and Bumblebee hiding in the storage room. RC had her pistol loaded, ready to fight at any moment. Just at this moment, Ratchet, who was constantly monitoring Bumblebee's consciousness, sent good news through the communication channel. RC, the chemical formula for the antidote has been obtained. Disconnect the neural link immediately. RC quickly pulled out the neural connection tube, and then Bumblebee came online. At this moment, Starscream also saw RC and the others. Oh. 2 rats have broken in. Just as Starscream was about to fire at RC, she and Bumblebee jumped into the ground bridge. As they were leaving completely, RC did not forget to fire a shell at Megatron, completely finishing off Megatron's remaining spark signature. However, Megatron's consciousness, along with the withdrawal of Bumblebee's consciousness, followed into Bumblebee's body and was attempting to take over Bumblebee's body. Back at the base, Bumblebee's behavior became very strange, as if there were 2 souls, and the Autobots also discovered his anomaly. Ratchet. What happened to Bumblebee? I suspect that experience caused significant trauma to Bumblebee. Subsequently, Ratchet had to put him into stasis for a period of time, thereby freeing up some time to develop the antidote to save Optimus Prime and Perceptor. Where is this? Perceptor, with his red and blue color scheme and a long-barreled cannon on his left shoulder, opened his eyes and looked at everything around him in a daze. Welcome, my old friend. This is Earth. Optimus Prime, Ratchet, and everyone. Perceptor stood up with great excitement, but his own body performance was still very weak. Optimus Prime, my research companions, or any of them still alive? He was now very worried about his colleagues who had been infected due to the virus leak when they were researching the virus back then. No. We only found you at that time. It's a pity. My virus research failed, and it caused my colleagues to die one after another, Perceptor said, his mood extremely low as he thought about the previous virus leak and the tragic scenes on the research ship. Perceptor, don't be so depressed. We need your help now, Ratchet said while supporting Perceptor, but just at this moment, Perceptor saw Bumblebee in forced stasis, his brain waves extremely unstable. Ratchet, Bumblebee's neural infection is a significant, fatal injury. It is highly likely to endanger his life. Optimus Prime, Ratchet, Bulkhead, and the others looked at each other in silence and quickly led Perceptor away from the med bay, fearing that he might try to operate on Bumblebee next. Meanwhile, the 3 humans, Jack and the others, felt the atmosphere around them become strangely weird, but they couldn't quite put their finger on what was wrong. Ratchet took him to a temporarily set up laboratory, and Optimus Prime said formally, Perceptor, welcome back to the Autobots. I am now re-inviting you to become our scientific and technical consultant. Happy to serve. It's just as Perceptor wanted to continue, Agent Fowler sent an urgent communication. Optimus, have you seen any Decepticons wearing grass skirts recently? Agent Fowler, what kind of joke is that? Optimus Prime had to form a new understanding of Agent Fowler's intermittent neurosis. I want to tell you that last night, a group of Decepticons broke into the Naval Observatory, destroyed it, and took the main lens of the Hogg Space Telescope. Immediately after, he sent an image of the main lens's location, where a tracking device had been installed. The location is in the Arctic. Great. It looks like we're going to be freezing again, RC complained, as she really hated executing missions in the polar regions. After further operations by Optimus Prime to scan the Arctic, Bulkhead exclaimed after looking at it, "Oh. That's a massive amount of ND level 7 ore, but it's an unextractable, large-scale energon deposit. Unless Starscream intends to use the main lens of the space telescope to melt that ice and snow." Hearing what Optimus Prime said, Agent Fowler couldn't help but worry. If such a large glacier melts, it will cause global sea levels to rise. To protect the humans on Earth, Optimus Prime immediately had Bulkhead, RC, and himself enter the ground bridge to prepare to disrupt the Decepticons' plan. Meanwhile, through cooperation with Ratchet, Tianming had realized that their current location was highly likely exposed. For the safety of the base, he ordered people to lift the spaceship and find another safe place to land and hide again. However, the spaceship wreckage still needed to be collected. Lord Tianming, a powerful heat flow has been detected in the Arctic, and the glacier is melting rapidly. After conducting a pinpoint scan using the probe on the spaceship, Lord, by accessing the global orbital satellite, we also discovered a huge energon deposit beneath the glacier. We estimate that the Decepticons are aiming for that energon deposit. Tianming felt that his current energon was sufficient and there was no need to court disaster by fighting for the energon deposit. If his prediction was correct, Megatron was about to be resurrected. Skyquake, Black Crow, you two go and investigate to see what the Decepticons are up to. This order from Tianming was not redundant. It was to let Skyquake completely break away from the Decepticons. He knew well that Skyquake still held a sliver of fantasy about Megatron. Yes, Black Crow had previously executed missions with Skyquake, and having received training from Skyquake, it could be said that their tacit cooperation was currently the strongest combat power of Keonji Hall, and they were the only choice for field operations. Meanwhile, at the Autobot human-made base, Raph was operating a computer while sitting next to Bumblebee. At this moment, the consciousness of Megatron within Bumblebee's brain was very active. Let me think carefully about everything I have experienced. Several memories began to play in reverse, with a small amount of Bumblebee's own memories mixed in. Suddenly, Bumblebee's eyes activated, but the blue light circles in his eyes lacked their former vitality. He was no longer Bumblebee, but rather Megabee, his body occupied by Megatron's consciousness. Bumblebee, what's wrong with you? Wait, Raph watched the strange Bumblebee ignore him and walk toward the control room, and he anxiously chased after Bumblebee. Under Raph's helpless gaze, Bumblebee activated the ground bridge and walked inside, not knowing where he was headed. Raph, what did you do? Ratchet, who arrived later, was also shocked to see Bumblebee ending his stasis without authorization. It wasn't me, he moved on his own. Raph looked at Ratchet and quickly explained. Bumblebee's power had long been turned off. Where is he going now? Ratchet hurriedly operated the console to track Bumblebee's trail. By this time, Bumblebee had already arrived at the place on Earth where the undead army was resurrected using Dark Energon. He looked left and right, and a piece of Dark Energon appeared before him. Found it. Beep beep. Ratchet, who received Bumblebee's communication, was very confused, but still opened the ground bridge. When he saw Bumblebee holding the Dark Energon, he understood. Megatron, what are you doing using Bumblebee's body? Megatron did not answer, but instead punched Ratchet, who was at the console, knocking him down, then located the Decepticon warship and opened the ground bridge. Just at this moment, Perceptor rushed out of the lab excitedly. Ratchet, I've successfully developed it. I succeeded. Bumblebee, you're awake. Perceptor, who did not yet know the truth, was about to step forward when Bumblebee drew his arm cannon and fired a shell at Perceptor. Perceptor, look out. Perceptor quickly dove to the left, which saved his life, and by this moment, Bumblebee had already entered the ground bridge. Ratchet, Perceptor, are you both okay? Raph was not only worried about them but also felt deep self-reproach for everything Bumblebee had caused. We're fine. Now I'm worried that Megatron is staying in his brain, giving him the mindset of a Decepticon. No, he is Bumblebee, he is not a Decepticon. Raph believed in his partner as firmly as he believed in his parents. I agree, but we have to see what Bumblebee intends to do with the Dark Energon. Ratchet took Raph with his hand and accessed Bumblebee's previous coordinates. Ratchet, what's wrong with Bumblebee? Perceptor, there's no time to explain. Ratchet took Raph and rushed into the ground bridge, arriving at the med bay on the Nemesis, where they saw Bumblebee performing a cortical psychic link with Megatron. Ratchet immediately rushed up, preparing to disrupt Megatron's resurrection, but was knocked down by Bumblebee. Bumblebee, don't forget who you are. Don't forget me. I know you will always listen to me. Wake up, Bumblebee. Raph ran in front of Bumblebee and said with great concern. This sentence awakened Bumblebee's consciousness, but only for a moment before the control of the body returned to Megatron. At this moment, Megatron, using Bumblebee's body, actually spoke. Bumblebee can no longer hear your voice. As the Dark Energon was inserted into Megatron's body, Megatron's consciousness returned to his own body, and Bumblebee also completely woke up. Decepticons, your true leader and master has returned. Megatron looked at the Decepticon soldiers who had run over because of the commotion and said domineeringly, kill these Autobots. Subsequently, Megatron walked out of the med bay because he was going to execute the traitor, Starscream. Bumblebee lived up to his reputation as the Autobots' scout, taking down those Decepticon soldiers with a few swift moves before retreating in an orderly fashion with Ratchet and Raph. Meanwhile, the ground battle was heating up, and the force generated by the fight between Deadfire and Bulkhead cracked the solid ice layer. The Mini-Con Jam continued to tussle with RC, though she deliberately kept her distance from Jam to avoid close-quarters combat. Yo! Little motorcycle, if you have the guts, fight me in close quarters. What kind of skill is shooting from a distance? Jam, who was being beaten until he ran for his life, grew even more resentful of RC. Don't let me catch you, or I will bite through your fuel line and make you kneel before me and sing, Conquer. It's a song I just learned. Meanwhile, standing on the ship's deck and watching the fierce battle below, Knockout felt like something was missing. It seems like there are a few Autobots missing. Not long after he said that, Optimus Prime used the momentum of the iceberg to charge onto the upper deck of the Nemesis in his vehicle mode, heading straight for them. Knockout, as the second in command, you can't even hold the rear. Starscream was furious. He immediately ran to the rear of the ship and took control of the high-power focused heat ray, which had been modified from the main lens of a space telescope. He aimed the beam at Optimus Prime, intending to shoot him dead. Starscream, your mining operation ends here. Optimus Prime accelerated, charging straight into the heat ray, then leapt into the air, deployed his Energon blade, and slashed at the ray instrument. No. The explosion caused minor damage to the propulsion system of the Nemesis, and the massive blast waves sent everyone on the ground flying. Optimus Prime also fell heavily onto the ice. Starscream, who had luckily escaped by transforming into a jet, was burning with rage when he saw the injured Optimus Prime. The biggest mistake Megatron ever made was letting you live in this world, Optimus Prime. Just as Starscream was about to fire his missiles to end Optimus Prime's life, Megatron slammed into him and sent him flying. Megatron, Optimus Prime, Bulkhead, and RC were all shocked to see Megatron resurrected. Starscream, who had been brought back to the flight deck of the Nemesis, collapsed to the ground. Looking at Megatron standing before him, as unscathed as before, he, Starscream, was terrified. Lo, Lord Megatron, you have recovered. Thank the merciful heavens, this is truly a miracle. If you can survive at my hands, that would be a miracle. Starscream. Megatron grabbed Starscream as he tried to flee and threw him, sending him crashing heavily against the side of the warship's stern. Megatron immediately flew over and walked toward the disheveled Starscream. Starscream pointed downward in fear. Lord Megatron, but the Autobots are still down there, and Optimus Prime is still there. No, what I hate most are those who betray me and try to usurp my position. Megatron continued to attack Starscream, ignoring the fact that the Autobots had left via the ground bridge, until he had beaten Starscream until not a single piece of him was intact or free of chipped paint. Only then did Megatron lower his fists, staring viciously at Starscream. Starscream, the amusement you bring me makes me reluctant to kill you. Remember your place. Starscream was then sent to the medical bay for treatment. At this moment, Skyquake, flying in the sky, saw Megatron and, disregarding Di Tianming's previous orders, flew down. Sir, Skyquake is flying toward the Decepticon warship. Black Crow urgently informed Di Tianming via their private channel. Keep a close watch on every move below. If Skyquake defects to the Decepticons again, extinguish his spark immediately. If not, help him break free from the Decepticons entirely. Understood. Black Crow ascended 500 meters, maintaining the optimal altitude for using the magnetic boomerang. Skyquake. The first time Megatron saw Skyquake, he was naturally overjoyed, but when he saw that the emblem on his chest was not the Decepticon insignia, but that of another unknown faction, he became furious. Skyquake, I need a reasonable explanation. Why have you betrayed the Decepticons? Skyquake then told Megatron about his encounter in detail. Megatron was astonished. He had only taken a simple nap, yet Di Tianming had arrived on Earth and convinced his most loyal subordinate to join his faction. Soundwave. Tell me, what is going on here? Soundwave quickly arrived on the upper deck and played the footage of the event for Megatron. Soundwave, as the Decepticons' chief intelligence officer, did nothing wrong under those circumstances. I trust him. And Skyquake, you are my most prized student, yet because of a life-saving favor, you were unwilling to strike. Do you know that Di Tianming is my enemy? Seeing Megatron favor Soundwave so blatantly, Skyquake's loyalty to Megatron vanished instantly, and he even felt that the honors he had previously achieved in the Decepticons were shameful. Lord Megatron, this is the last time I will call you that. From this day forward, I, Skyquake, swear to be an enemy of the Decepticons. Skyquake tried to transform into his flight vehicle and leave, but Megatron rushed over, grabbed his tail fin, and threw him away. Skyquake, I hate traitors the most, especially those who join Di Tianming. I will crush your spark with my own hands. Skyquake was not intimidated in the slightest and began a gladiator-style match with Megatron. One was the champion of the Count Arena, the other was a student of the Count Arena, and both were similar in height and weight. Skyquake punched Megatron in the chest, while his own face was also struck hard by a fist. Both recoiled from the force. After a dozen or so rounds, they were evenly matched, with neither gaining the upper hand. At this moment, Megatron finally witnessed his student's strength. It was even greater than the Skyquake of the past. However, Megatron's combat and killing techniques were extremely rich. Just as they were about to charge at each other, Megatron leapt, switched his blade, and slashed a deep gash across Skyquake's face, followed by an elbow strike and a back kick, knocking Skyquake heavily to the ground. Just as Megatron was about to finish Skyquake off, Black Crow controlled the magnetic boomerang and sent it flying toward Megatron, with such speed that if it weren't for Soundwave's warning, which caused Megatron to turn and strike, it would not have been Megatron's blade that was broken, but his head. Skyquake seized the opportunity to quickly transform into a green jet and escape the Decepticon warship. Thank you, Black Crow. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to leave today. When we go back, if Lord Di Tianming blames anyone, I will take full responsibility. What are you saying? I couldn't interfere with your duel, but I was determined to save your life. After all, aren't we partners on this mission? Megatron immediately ordered the Decepticons to deploy the Seekers unit, determined to kill both Skyquake, and especially that Black Crow. The biogenetic magnetic control technology in the magnetic boomerang in his hand was a technology Megatron had wanted for thousands of years but had never been able to obtain. Since he couldn't get it from Di Tianming, he would reverse engineer it from his servant's weapon, which would surely yield excellent results. Skyquake, you have some Decepticon drones behind you. Why don't we lead them to a spot and take care of them all at once? Skyquake, having transformed into his flight vehicle mode, looked at Black Crow beside him and retorted in the same mocking tone, Black Crow, you have even more exhaust behind you than I do. Let's wipe them all out before returning to base. The two deliberately slowed their flight speed, quickly dodging the artillery fire from behind, and arrived at an open, flat area. They quickly transformed into their robot modes, and then Skyquake pulled out the Gatling gun from his back and began strafing the Decepticon drones diving down. Black Crow quickly controlled his magnetic boomerang and fired it toward the sky. Every shot was accurate, and the boomerang never missed its mark. Skyquake, your weapon is lacking. You've only hit 5 Decepticons, while I'm cutting through them like chopping vegetables. These Decepticon drones are nothing before my magnetic boomerang. Just as Black Crow was feeling smug about his achievements, a Decepticon that had swooped down immediately closed in, preparing to use its triangular prism gun to completely blast Black Crow's spark. At that moment, Skyquake immediately drew the greatsword from his back, covered the distance in a few strides, and instantly cleaved the Decepticon in two. Are you alright? Don't rely on the boomerang too much. Stay alert, or you'll suffer for it later. Skyquake wielded his sword and charged rapidly toward the Decepticon drones in their robot forms. Their small caliber fire had little effect on his body. Skyquake charged into the Decepticon soldiers, taking out 2 or more with every slash. Seeing this, Black Crow also quickly joined the melee. Meanwhile, Starscream, who had just been treated and was hoping to redeem himself and regain Megatron's favor, had quietly followed the Decepticons here. Seeing the 30 Decepticon drones ahead being suppressed by Skyquake and Black Crow, Starscream was furious. Not only does this Skyquake refuse to submit to me, he's actually working with Di Tianming to oppose the Decepticons. If I can take out Skyquake and Black Crow, Megatron will surely change his opinion of me, and I can snatch my position as second in command back from Soundwave. Action followed thought. Starscream took out the shard of dark energon he had previously obtained from Megatron's chest and inserted it into his own chest. I feel an unprecedented power. My master, once I kill the 2 enemies before me and return, Megatron, your position will be mine. After Starscream inserted the dark energon and felt an unprecedentedly powerful force, his thoughts changed. At this moment, the desire to become the leader of the Decepticons was particularly strong. Starscream aimed his left hand at the fighting Skyquake, flicked his finger, and a missile fired straight out. Skyquake, watch out. Relying on his precise prediction, Black Crow fired his magnetic boomerang, cutting the missile in two. Boom. The missile, cut in two and augmented by the dark energon, exploded with several times its usual power. Several Decepticon drones were killed, and 3 Decepticon squads were completely wiped out. Starscream looked at the scene in the distance, which was a mess, with countless Decepticon parts scattered everywhere. Where are the corpses of those 2? Just as Starscream was wondering, Skyquake and Black Crow had already arrived behind him. Right here, Starscream. Skyquake slashed down with his blade. Fortunately, Starscream dodged quickly and wasn't cleaved in two, but his right arm was severed. No. How were you not killed by the blast? Just as Skyquake was about to finish him off, Black Crow quickly stopped him. Starscream cannot die. He is a mole planted by Lord Di Tianming within the Decepticons. In an instant, Skyquake was dumbfounded. When did Starscream join Qianji Hall? And at this moment, Starscream was even more bewildered than Skyquake. What mole? How come I don't know I'm a mole? Just while Skyquake was stunned by this, Starscream stood up and frantically fled, using the terrain to avoid being hit by the magnetic boomerang, while urgently calling the Decepticons to open a ground bridge. Seeing Starscream running far away, Black Crow picked up Starscream's severed hand, charged up, and threw it in the direction of his escape. Ouch! It hit Starscream perfectly. Starscream hurriedly picked up his arm and disappeared into the ground bridge. The Decepticon soldier operating the ground bridge had now seen Starscream return to the warship with a severed arm for the second time. Soldier, no one is allowed to speak of today's events, or I will rip out your vocoder. Starscream looked at the soldier in front of him with great annoyance, then hurried to the med bay to find Knockout to reattach his arm. Meanwhile, the confused Skyquake quickly asked, Black Crow, is Starscream really a mole arranged by Lord Di Tianming inside the Decepticons? Did Starscream defect to Lord Di Tianming during the war on Cybertron? To these questions, Black Crow offered no answer, only saying calmly, in the future, if you encounter Starscream again, sever his hand if you must, or cut off his leg if you must. Just as long as you don't extinguish his spark. Ever since Di Tianming had ordered him to spare Starscream's life, combined with seeing Megatron disciplining Starscream in the air today, Black Crow understood. Starscream must absolutely not die, at least not now. Keeping him alive would only benefit Qianji Hall with no drawbacks. Therefore, he had concocted a white lie. Only in this way could Skyquake stop hunting Starscream, and Starscream could continue to play the role of a mole. Black Crow, requesting to open the ground bridge. Immediately, a blue and green vortex appeared, and the two returned to the Minged. Skyquake and Black Crow then gave a brief report on the mission. Megatron resurrected. That is indeed a trouble, but with Skyquake, Black Crow, and Green under my command, there is nothing to fear from Megatron. With this, Skyquake had completely and thoroughly broken free from the Decepticons and become a member of Qianji Hall. As Black Crow and Skyquake left the laboratory, Di Tianming and Black Crow exchanged a look. As expected, having deeply absorbed Di Tianming's teachings, Black Crow definitely possesses the talent of a great general. Meanwhile, at the Autobots' artificial base, Perceptor's research had made huge progress, though it wasn't on virus research, but rather stealth force technology. Perceptor, is this what you wanted to mention earlier? Ratchet looked very happily at the data theories on the screen, as well as the various modification plans for the Autobots. Correct. This technology allows the Autobots to undergo additional transformations while maintaining vehicle mode to strike at enemies. Additionally, there will be extra armor protection. Of course, the only drawback is that while in vehicle mode, speed will be reduced, and energy consumption will increase. One must know that after transforming into vehicles, Autobots and most Decepticons are very fragile. If hit by an enemy, they are either severely injured or killed. However, our current reserve of Energon is insufficient. My suggestion is to first upgrade RC or Bumblebee with the Stealth Force technology. Regarding Perceptor's suggestion, Ratchet and Optimus Prime both strongly agreed. They decided to let Bumblebee undergo the upgrade and modification first. After all, Bumblebee was an excellent scout. While Perceptor was upgrading Bumblebee, Ratchet had to keep a close watch nearby, fearing that Perceptor might overreach and cause Bumblebee to fall ill. At this very moment, in an abandoned factory where he was searching for an Energon signal, Bulkhead was being mercilessly beaten by his nemesis, Deadfire. Deadfire, if you had let me out to help you, that green Autobot would have been finished off long ago. You just had to insist on a fair, one-on-one duel. Jam complained frantically from inside the chest plating of Deadfire, feeling extremely annoyed. Jam, this is a duel between me and Bulkhead. I will not allow anyone else to interfere. Deadfire explained to Jam while walking toward Bulkhead, who had been knocked against the factory wall. Bulkhead, where is your little human sidekick? Should I go pay her a visit? Jam, in particular, has been thinking about her day and night. Deadfire put away his hammer, preparing to use his fists to send Bulkhead back to the Allspark. Bulkhead, however, showed no fear. He immediately charged at Deadfire, using his physical strength to tackle him to the ground. Big guy, you're quite sentimental, aren't you? But I don't really like that. I'd rather just take you down. Infuriated by Deadfire's comment, Bulkhead transformed his right hand into a wrecking ball and swung it at Deadfire. Deadfire seized the opportunity, grabbing Bulkhead's right forearm with his left hand, and prepared to strike. He transformed his right hand back into a hammer and smashed it hard against Bulkhead's head. Bang! Bulkhead spun twice before collapsing to the ground. Dazed and unable to get up, he passed out within seconds. Deadfire felt a sense of relief wash over him, as if his previous defeat had been avenged. He rested his hammer against the side of Bulkhead's head and tapped it lightly. It seems this is our final meeting. Goodbye, Bulkhead. Just as Deadfire raised his hammer to deliver the final blow, a massive surge of high voltage suddenly pierced through his entire body from behind, causing him to collapse. Deadfire! Deadfire! After a few cries, Jam was also knocked unconscious by the incoming electrical current. Nearby, 4 military helicopters and a heavy truck modified with Cybertronian technology slowly approached the 2 unconscious Transformers and came to a halt. That's right, the ones who arrived were none other than Mech. Commander, this big green guy is a bit difficult to transport. Should we dismantle him partially before moving him? No. Dismantling him here would make us too easy to spot. Transport these 2 big guys to the base first, then we'll study them. It's the perfect opportunity to test the newly modified truck. Captain Silas did not want the Autobots or Decepticons to find them. Ever since he had witnessed their power while stealing the dynamic nuclear energy device from the government department, Captain Silas had been both terrified of them and desperate to create his own. Shortly after, both the Autobots and Decepticons discovered that their comrades were missing and that they couldn't track their signals. After a brief investigation, both factions realized that humans had taken them. Thanks to the help of Agent Fowler, the Autobots quickly learned that Mech was behind it. Meanwhile, aboard the Nemesis, Megatron heard Starscream's report and dismissed it with disdain, even feeling a hint of anger. Deadfire was captured by weak humans. What do you think? Lord Megatron, I suggest we immediately assemble a rescue team to round up those audacious humans. Starscream was very keen on this. If he could rescue Deadfire, bringing him into his own little clique would be child's play. No, we need to do nothing. If Deadfire cannot handle even a human, then what use is he to me? Let him fend for himself. But, Lord Megatron, Deadfire is crucial to us. Before Starscream could continue, Megatron looked at him out of the corner of his eye. Do you wish to defy my orders? Starscream was not overly surprised by Megatron's conclusion, as he understood Megatron too well. Megatron was an authoritarian who valued potential, focused on results, and ignored the process. Starscream dared not disobey Megatron's order not to rescue him, but deep down, he still wanted to save Deadfire. Meanwhile, Bulkhead and Deadfire woke up one after the other, only to find themselves strapped to workbenches. What? Where is this? Bulkhead, why are you here too? No matter how much Deadfire struggled, he simply could not break free from his restraints. Deadfire, look ahead. We've been captured by the humans we defeated earlier. Bulkhead turned his head and reminded Deadfire. Greetings, 2 extraterrestrial friends. This is Mech, and I am Captain Silas. Tonight, you will spend your final, pleasant day here with me. Deadfire, let me out to finish off these humans. A now awake Jam was furious. These weak humans actually dared to capture them. Deadfire did not follow Jam's request. Though he wasn't exactly brilliant, he knew that if Jam went out there, it would be suicide. Just as the 8 cutting machines were about to begin, Captain Silas suddenly had an idea. Stop. What's wrong, Captain Silas? One of the team members in charge of the cutting asked, puzzled. Don't cut the 2 extraterrestrial mechanical lifeforms just yet. He then ordered his men to maintain a connection to the previous anonymous communication account. Before this, he had been continuously researching and tracking this account, but he could never locate the source of the communication. At this moment, the Minged received an audio transmission from Captain Silas. Black Crow, should I answer it or not? Answer it. The connection was established. Captain Silas was quite excited. He had assumed the extraterrestrial being he previously traded with would no longer pay him any mind unless there was another unilateral collaboration, but it seemed that was not the case. Hey, my old friend. I've captured your comrades, though I'm not sure which one of them is specifically yours. Black Crow's mind went blank. What comrades? There had been no field missions lately, the only one was when Lord Di Tianming personally went to the Arctic ice cap, which hadn't been melted by the Decepticons, to collect Energon. Let alone anyone from their side being captured by mech. Immediately after, Captain Silas sent a video showing Deadfire and Bulkhead tied up and about to be dismantled. Have you considered it? Black Crow couldn't help but smile. He had wanted to hang up immediately, but this might actually be a good opportunity, so he went to inform Di Tianming. My lord, Captain Silas has kidnapped an Autobot and a Decepticon. He mistakenly believes one of them is one of our own. I think we can work with this, perhaps we can get that Deadfire to join us. Black Crow understood that currently, aside from the clone soldiers, Qianji Hall lacked personnel with extensive combat experience. Whether it was an Autobot or a Decepticon, anyone who could join Qianji Hall would be a valuable asset, especially these 2 big guys. Hearing what he said, Di Tianming couldn't help but admire having such a brilliant strategist. Whether it was his grasp of the situation or his ability to analyze and understand, he had reached another level. If he didn't possess the power of foresight, he might not even be as good as him. Fortunately, he was loyal and devoted to him, with no ulterior motives. Should I go to the control room myself to speak with Captain Silas? Di Tianming set down the biological insect gene research project in his hands and quickly arrived at the control room. Captain Silas, that one called Deadfire is my companion, and he is still of some use to me. Speak. What do you need in order to let him go? I, Captain Silas, am not greedy. Just hand over all the relevant technology on how you mechanical lifeforms are created, as well as the transformation technology, to us. Trading a few technologies for a living subordinate, that's not a bad deal, is it? Captain Silas, standing in front of the console, felt exceptionally comfortable. He finally had bargaining chips of equal value to trade with those mechanical lifeforms, and he no longer had to act as their hired thief like before. Just as he was reveling in his joy, anticipating Di Tianming's reply, Di Tianming said instead. One cannot be so insatiably greedy. I don't want that subordinate anymore, go ahead and dispose of him. After speaking, the communication was hung up directly. Seeing this, Captain Silas was particularly furious. He hadn't expected Deadfire to have such a master who valued technology above all else. It makes me so mad. This leader of Wuya really treats us in mech as his lackeys, summoning us at will and discarding us whenever he pleases. Immediately after, Captain Silas walked out of the communication room and looked angrily at Deadfire and Bulkhead on the workbench. Since the trade failed, cut these 2 mechanical lifeforms open for me. We will research and manufacture mechanical creatures just like them ourselves. The cutters on the workbench started up, sparks flying everywhere, causing both Bulkhead and Deadfire immense pain. Jam, wait until these humans open my chest plate. Look for an opportunity, jump out, and find Knockout to avenge me. Deadfire, I will not abandon a companion and run away alone. Jam was very angry. Since Deadfire wouldn't voluntarily open his chest plate, it would seize the moment when the plate was cut open to jump out and kill the leader of this group of humans first. Meanwhile, Di Tianming tracked Captain Silas's communication signal. Although it had been encrypted layer by layer, MECH's new base was still found by Di Tianming. Black Crow, make a trip and rescue Deadfire from Captain Silas's hands. Also, teach Mech a lesson and make them pay the price for their greed. As for Bulkhead, do as you see fit. For Di Tianming, the Autobots were even harder to persuade than the Decepticons, let alone getting them to join Qianji Hall, so he didn't care about Bulkhead's life or death. Understood. Carrying out the mission, Black Crow passed through the ground bridge and arrived at a location only 1 kilometer away from Captain Silas's new base. At this moment, Optimus Prime and the others, lacking a target, only knew that Captain Silas's base was perhaps near an abandoned factory, but as for exactly where, they still had to investigate. Black Crow arrived in front of a mountain tunnel, manifested 2 hand cannons, and walked in cautiously. Sure enough, there was a hidden world inside. There was actually an alloy door blocking the way. With 1 cannon blast, the alloy door collapsed, and the flying debris killed over a dozen mech members directly. The surviving members picked up their weapons and started firing at Black Crow, but it was useless. Even the newly developed and modified weapons were nothing more than a tickle to Black Crow. The magnetic boomerang shot directly forward, completely destroying all the control equipment inside the base. If Captain Silas hadn't run fast, his body would have been sliced into mincemeat. Wuya, are you not afraid of making an enemy of humanity? Captain Silas used the lightest tone to say the angriest words, but Black Crow couldn't be bothered to pay him any mind. He walked to the workbench and looked at the 2 compatriots who had been dismantled beyond recognition. Bulkhead had 1 eye directly removed, and the chest plate was cut open. Deadfire was the most miserable. Both arms had been completely severed, and there were several cuts on his face, leaving him unrecognizable. Black Crow didn't hesitate at all and unlocked the shackles trapping Deadfire. Deadfire, can you still stand? Deadfire looked at this Black Crow, who often disrupted Decepticon operations, and always had an urge to destroy him, but deep down, he was also very grateful to him. I can, but my arms. No problem, I'll get them for you. Black Crow quickly picked up the 2 arms that had been severed from Deadfire, firing while supporting Deadfire as they left. However, he stopped after only a few steps. The Master's plan cannot fall short of success. Black Crow made a reluctant gesture. He controlled the magnetic boomerang to slice through the shackles binding Bulkhead's left hand, then immediately ran out with Deadfire. Hurry! Stop that big green oaf. Don't let him get away. Captain Silas hurriedly ordered the surviving members to suppress Bulkhead with firepower, and several members rushed down to shackle Bulkhead again. But Bulkhead, having already freed 1 hand, was not about to endure human torture. With a strain of his body, the remaining shackles were all forcibly broken. Subsequently, his right hand transformed into a giant hand cannon, and he fired at those mech members. After several shots, the mech members suffered heavy casualties, and Bulkhead hurriedly grabbed his visual sensor eyeball and left the place. This mech should disappear completely. After retreating from the tunnel, Bulkhead didn't forget to fire a few more shells into it. Eventually, the entire tunnel collapsed directly. As for whether there were any surviving mech members, it didn't matter. Outside, the mech members responsible for defense were also successively taken out by Black Crow, with countless wrecks of military helicopters sliced in half scattered on the ground. Ratchet, I just encountered some bugs and sustained a minor injury, but it's resolved now. Bulkhead requests to open the ground bridge. Ratchet was very happy to see Bulkhead's signal come back online and to hear his voice. Received. Subsequently, Ratchet asked Bumblebee, who was at the base, to help transport Bulkhead back first. After returning, Bulkhead was taken to the medical bay by the returned Ratchet for treatment. Just when Deadfire was expecting something, Black Crow said to him, "Sigh. Those Decepticons you've been pining for, they didn't come to save you." In the dead of night, Starscream was leading a pair of Decepticon grunts, patrolling aimlessly. He had defied Megatron's orders after all. Suddenly, Deadfire's signal came online. When Starscream flew in front of Deadfire, he saw Black Crow. "Deadfire, how could you be with someone from Keonji Hall, especially Black Crow? Kill him. Lord Megatron needs the weapon in his hands." Deadfire looked at his two severed arms. He truly had the heart but lacked the strength. "Commander Starscream, I am in no condition to fight right now, and besides, he saved me." At this moment, a ground bridge suddenly appeared, and a dark red transformer walked out from within. "It's D. Tianming. Decepticons, kill him for me." D. Tianming's hands transformed into high-speed ion cannons, quickly firing at the rushing Decepticons. Although he couldn't achieve one shot, one kill, he still killed several Decepticons. When they were close enough, D. Tianming's dual cannons transformed into dual blades. He slaughtered the remaining few Decepticon grunts as if he were slicing melons and vegetables. "Starscream, you lost two arms and still haven't learned your lesson." D. Tianming quickly ran toward Starscream. Seeing this, Starscream retreated repeatedly, rapidly releasing the missiles from both sides of his arms, and then quickly transformed his hands into pistols, blasting at D. Tianming. D. Tianming sliced one missile in half, leapt up to dodge the core of the explosion, and then quickly dodged the other missile and the gunfire. His dual blades transformed back into hands, and he directly grabbed Starscream in his vehicle form, throwing him away violently. The powerful force of the throw directly scratched Starscream's base paint, and sparks emerged from his chassis. Afterward, D. Tianming strode in front of Starscream, grabbed his right leg, and swung him around frantically like a snake. Every swing aggravated Starscream's injuries. After swinging him a dozen times and seeing that there wasn't a single piece of undamaged paint left on Starscream's body and his injuries had worsened, D. Tianming threw him to the ground. D. Tianming, once Megatron arrives, he will definitely take your life. Seeing that Starscream not only didn't beg for mercy but instead insulted him, D. Tianming kicked Starscream directly in the face. The powerful force made Starscream dazed for a good while before he finally reacted. D. Tianming, you are one of the most powerful Cybertronians I have ever met. I had no intention of offending you. I apologize for my overestimation of myself just now. Deadfire was quite disgusted to see Starscream acting this way. As a Decepticon warrior, how could he be so sycophantic just to stay alive? Not bad, Starscream. I quite like your personality. D. Tianming looked at him happily, but within a second, his expression became serious and fierce. Starscream, Megatron wouldn't be so kind as to save a Decepticon who has fallen into human hands. What is going on with all this? Speak quickly. Starscream was very hesitant about this. Although Deadfire understood that the Decepticons wouldn't save him, if he truthfully recounted his previous conversation with Megatron, Deadfire would inevitably become suspicious of Megatron. What? Do you want to lose your transformation cog, Starscream? No, I'll tell you. In any case, it was Megatron's fault, not his. Furthermore, after this incident, Deadfire would remember this favor. Although Deadfire wasn't saved by him, he had at least come. Starscream looked at Deadfire and D. Tianming, and recounted the entire discussion he had previously had with Megatron regarding Deadfire's rescue. D. Tianming glanced at Deadfire next to Black Crow and didn't make any reaction, but surely, the seeds of dissatisfaction toward Megatron had already been deeply buried in his consciousness. Lord D. Tianming, several Decepticon signals have been detected suddenly appearing and are rushing toward your location. Soldier, open the ground bridge. Black Crow, retreat. D. Tianming transformed into his vehicle form and sped toward the ground bridge that had appeared not far behind him. Black Crow pushed Deadfire forward and followed closely behind, passing through the ground bridge. When the arriving Megatron discovered Di Tianming and unleashed a barrage of fire at him, it was already too late. The ground bridge closed right in front of him. Megatron landed, transformed back into his robot form, and looked at Starscream with great anger. After beating him up, he said, Starscream, not only did you disobey my orders, but you also let Di Tianming escape. Soundwave, open the ground bridge. Megatron ignored Deadfire and said angrily, and Starscream followed closely behind. Fortunately, two Decepticon grunts helped carry the severed arm, which prevented Deadfire's limb from being left in the wilderness. Knockout was very happy to see Deadfire being sent to the medical bay for treatment. Deadfire, I thought you had been killed by the humans. Did Lord Starscream save you? Deadfire shook his head and said in low spirits. No, it was Black Crow who saved me. Incredible. Keonji Hall would actually save a Decepticon. This was truly hard for Knockout to believe. If it were the Autobots who saved him, that would be believable, but Di Tianming doesn't kill people to do experiments, yet he went to save someone instead. This is the second time. However, upon second thought, Knockout had to give Deadfire a reminder. Deadfire, you cannot be like Skyquake, betraying Lord Megatron and defecting to Keonji Hall because of a small life-saving grace, understand? I won't. When Deadfire said this, he was clearly a bit hesitant. After his left and right arms were reattached, Starscream notified him to come to the bridge. Deadfire, the Decepticons have been unable to locate Di Tianming's hiding place. Lord Megatron orders you to join Keonji Hall and find Di Tianming's base for the Decepticons. Starscream stood in front of Deadfire and said in a commanding tone. But Di Tianming didn't invite me to join. Deadfire hadn't fully understood Starscream's meaning. It couldn't be that just because Black Crow saved his life, Starscream mistakenly thought Di Tianming would look favorably upon him. Di Tianming, as a scientist of Cybertron, saving him, Deadfire, was also because he didn't want Cybertronian technology to fall into the hands of weak humans. This was reasonable. Megatron turned around, looked at Deadfire unhappily, and said, Deadfire, go execute it. Prove your value to me. Immediately afterward, Starscream explained the general procedure to Deadfire. After this, Starscream made a big deal out of Deadfire being captured by humans, causing all the Decepticons on the warship to ostracize him, and in the end, they actually drove him out of the Nemesis. Deadfire, you are not worthy of being a Decepticon warrior. Because of this, Deadfire wandered on land and became a neutral, Cybertronian warrior. At this time, through orbital satellites, both the Autobots and Keonji Hall discovered Deadfire's signal, but the Autobots thought it was a trap deliberately set by Megatron. And on the Minged, Di Tianming and his three companions gathered in the main control room, closely monitoring everything on the screen. Lord, this Deadfire has been driven out of the Decepticons and has been wandering in the city for over 10 days now. Lord, I think this might be a trap, an ambush by Megatron to lure you or the Autobots out and annihilate them together. Lord, the energon signal emitted by Deadfire is particularly strong. If he were someone driven out of the Decepticons, he would definitely try his best to hide his tracks and not let people notice him. It is very suspicious. Di Tianming undoubtedly agreed more with the speculation mentioned by Black Crow last. This was 100% a bad idea thought up by Starscream, clearly aimed at himself. They knew that Skyquake only joined Keonji Hall after being saved by him. Following his past patterns, Starscream must have thought he would repeat the same trick. Facts proved that he guessed right, but not entirely right. He was no fool. He knew very well about Deadfire's past experiences and his friendship with Knockout. This was also the reason why he didn't invite Deadfire to join Keonji Hall when Black Crow rescued him. Wanting to use Deadfire as a spy on my side, Starscream, have you gotten cocky, or do you think I'm too charming? Di Tianming immediately ordered all soldiers on the warship to set out to find a cave or dig a cave 10 kilometers away to serve as their temporary base. After finding it, Di Tianming immediately moved a small amount of unimportant experimental equipment and more than 300 boxes of energon into the temporary base. Then, Di Tianming also brought his semi-finished replica energon collector to the temporary base and placed it in the most conspicuous position. Using simple instruments, he created a ground bridge. After everything was ready, it was time for the main event to begin. Di Tianming moved into the temporary external base with Black Crow and Skyquake, and invited Deadfire over via the ground bridge. Deadfire, I heard you've left the Decepticons. This is a base built by Lord Di Tianming. Are you interested in joining us? Skyquake said this while looking at Deadfire, who no longer bore the Decepticon insignia. Having both once belonged to the Decepticons, he deeply loathed the act of being abandoned. Deadfire, am willing to take orders from Lord Di Tianming. As soon as he finished speaking, Di Tianming walked out from the innermost laboratory. Seizing this opportunity, Deadfire saw quite a bit of energon stacked inside the laboratory. Deadfire, I didn't expect you to make such a correct decision. Welcome to our ranks. Di Tianming appeared extremely happy, showing no flaws at all, and then continued. Deadfire, although I don't want to bring up your painful memories, surely Megatron wouldn't have exiled you just because you were captured by humans, would he? Deadfire looked at the curious Di Tianming. Although Starscream had arranged his undercover identity, he still felt very resentful about the way the Decepticons had ostracized him recently. No, this is all Starscream's fault. He deliberately broadcast the news of my defeat by humans to the entire ship, causing me to lose all my dignity. The Decepticons on the Nemesis all looked down on me, and he even drove me out. Hearing this, Di Tianming forcibly suppressed his smile. Starscream had defied orders to rescue Deadfire precisely to win him over, yet what Deadfire said ran completely contrary to that. However, even though there were flaws in what Deadfire said, he just pretended not to hear anything. Black Crow was puzzled by Di Tianming's decision, but after a moment's thought, he guessed the gist of it. Di Tianming looked at Deadfire. If what he said about the ship-wide broadcast was true, then Starscream had indeed executed a very correct undercover strategy. Di Tianming had studied Deadfire, a former member of the Stunticons. His body had originally been very thin and weak, far from as strong as he was now. Moreover, he used to be timid and shy, liked to be alone, and always felt that people were mocking him, which is why he couldn't fully integrate into the Decepticons for a long time. Now, Starscream's actions would certainly have some impact on him. This was an opportunity for Di Tianming, an opportunity to completely win over this fierce warrior. Furthermore, he had a mini-con, Jam, by his side. Black Crow, take Deadfire on a tour of our external base. Afterward, to ensure the steady implementation of his plan, Di Tianming specifically called Skyquake aside and instructed him that under no circumstances should he reveal the Mingd or its coordinates. Although Skyquake couldn't understand Di Tianming's actions, he still resolutely executed his orders. Over the next day, Black Crow took Deadfire to tour the external base, and then brought him to train with Skyquake. Everything was so natural and harmonious. Meanwhile, Di Tianming remained inside the laboratory and barely came out. At night, Black Crow discovered an energon signal and called Skyquake to go out and investigate. At this moment, Deadfire walked out of the lounge, arrived at the laboratory door, and peered inside through the crack. Besides some energon cubes, an energon harvester also appeared in his line of sight. He then quietly returned to the lounge, hesitated for a moment, and finally connected to the Decepticon communication channel. Lord Starscream, I have found Di Tianming's base. He is currently in the laboratory, and there is an energon harvester inside. Starscream had originally wanted to have Deadfire launch a sneak attack from behind, detonate the energon, and kill Di Tianming, but upon hearing about the Energon harvester, he abandoned that idea. Deadfire, keep a close watch on Di Tianming's subordinates. It would be best if you could take those two out before I arrive. Just then, Megatron's voice came through on the other end of the call again. Leave Di Tianming to me, I will extinguish his spark with my own hands. I want Black Crow and Skyquake alive. On the Nemesis, Megatron, who was in the main control room, immediately issued an order. Starscream, take your squadron, storm Di Tianming's base, and bring back the Energon harvester. We need it. Rest assured, Lord Megatron. Starscream immediately assembled his squad of 50 Seekers and quickly had the Decepticon soldiers activate the ground bridge, teleporting them to a location only 500 meters away from Di Tianming's base to prevent Di Tianming from noticing the energy fluctuations and escaping. Deadfire, we are almost there. Go to Di Tianming's laboratory immediately and bring the Energon harvester to me. Starscream quickly issued new orders to Deadfire via the communication channel. Deadfire quickly pushed open the laboratory door. Deadfire, what's wrong? Do you want to participate in the experimental research too? Di Tianming said this very casually, but he was vigilant about every move Deadfire made at all times. It's nothing, I just came over to take a look. Do you need any help? Deadfire was clearly not cut out to be an undercover agent, his speech had already started to stutter. Deadfire, hurry up and grab the Energon harvester, otherwise Starscream won't spare us. Jam was not afraid of Megatron, but rather of petty individuals like Starscream. Its spark always had a feeling that Starscream would be detrimental to them, the mini-cons. Suddenly, Deadfire ran forward quickly, and while Di Tianming wasn't paying attention, he picked up the Energon harvester and aimed it at Di Tianming. Deadfire, what are you doing? Betraying me. Di Tianming looked at Deadfire. The Energon harvester in his hand, although only a semi-finished product, could still be used to extract his own Energon and end his life. If Deadfire really dared to extract the Energon from within his body, he would kill Deadfire in the shortest possible time before the Energon was drained. I am acting under orders. I'm sorry, Lord Di Tianming. Deadfire took the Energon harvester and hurried toward the outside of the base. Di Tianming had not only saved him, but the 10+ days of wandering had also made Deadfire recall many things. Moreover, Di Tianming had been completely open and trusting toward him, despite him having just joined. Deadfire couldn't commit such an ungrateful act. Just as Deadfire exited the base, he saw Megatron, with Starscream and his squadron of Seekers behind him, charging over quickly. Decepticons, charge in and bring Di Tianming and his subordinates to me. Megatron took the Energon harvester, feeling very excited. With this weapon, all the Energon on this planet will belong to the Decepticons. Congratulations, Lord Megatron. We are one step closer to conquering this planet, and wiping out those Autobots is just around the corner. Shortly after Starscream finished flattering Megatron, the Seekers who had gone into search came out to report. Lord Megatron, Commander Starscream, there is no one from Qianji Hall inside this base, except for over 300 Energon cubes. What? Megatron looked at Deadfire and Starscream in a rage. Starscream, you actually let Di Tianming get away. Megatron looked at Starscream angrily. With so many people, they had actually let Di Tianming escape. Starscream retreated repeatedly, his eyes full of fear. He certainly did not want to be lectured by him all day again. Lord, we obtained the Energon harvester and also got over 300 pieces of Energon for free. Although Di Tianming ran away, his laboratory has been destroyed. Even if he is a scientist, he poses no threat to us in the short term. Megatron looked at the Starscream in front of him, suddenly remembering the mysterious object he had encountered on the space bridge earlier. His anger flared up even more intensely. Starscream, can you be any more stupid? Di Tianming has another spaceship. He used that ship to rush through the space bridge and come to Earth. And this was just one of his external experimental bases. Deadfire and Jam watched Starscream being berated by Megatron and felt secretly delighted. I order you now to take the Energon harvester and collect the Energon inside. If any other accidents happen, I will personally rip out your transformation cog. Seeing Megatron so enraged, Starscream quickly grabbed the Energon harvester and ran into the laboratory. Just as he was about to extract the Energon, Starscream suddenly remembered the explosion caused by the fake Energon harvester earlier. He immediately called over a Seeker soldier. Soldier, take this Energon harvester and collect all this Energon for me. Starscream stepped back a few paces, standing outside the laboratory, watching the extraction process. In an instant, dozens of pieces of Energon turned into blue currents and were stored inside the Energon harvester. Starscream was very pleased with this. This Energon harvester was indeed real, and it didn't look like it had been tampered with. Just as he stood up and prepared to walk back into the laboratory, the Energon harvester in the soldier's hand triggered a phase induction bomb because the stored Energon reached a set level. Ding! 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 Oh no, I hate the Energon harvester. Starscream quickly transformed into his flight vehicle mode and fled toward the perimeter of the base. Not even 2 seconds later, the harvester exploded rapidly. However, because the amount of Energon inside the base was limited, the explosion was not very powerful. The more than 30 Seeker soldiers who had entered the base couldn't react in time. Most were killed by the blast, and the survivors, like Starscream, were buried by the collapsing mountain. Megatron, who was watching all this from outside the cave, immediately said to the remaining Decepticon soldiers, "Immediately drag Starscream out for me, I want to have a good talk with him." Megatron turned his head and looked at Deadfire angrily. Deadfire, there were bombs inside this base. Is this the result of your undercover work? Or did you betray the Decepticons and join the Qianji Hall, and this was a trap set up by you and Tianming? At this moment, Megatron could no longer suppress his anger, and the fusion cannons on his arms were deployed. Lord Megatron, it's not like that. I don't know why this happened either. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, Deadfire quickly transformed into a blue riot control vehicle and fled the scene rapidly. Chase Deadfire for me. I want to destroy him. Seeing Deadfire flee in fear, Megatron became even more convinced of his defection. Immediately, he stopped caring about Starscream's life or death and took a squad of 10 Decepticon Seekers to pursue Deadfire, swearing to personally extinguish the traitor's spark. Meanwhile, Tianming, who had long since returned to the Ming via the ground bridge, watched the scene of the external base exploding, collapsing, and Deadfire being pursued. Tianming immediately connected to Deadfire's communication channel. Deadfire, there is a ground bridge 300 meters ahead. Accelerate and rush through it. Jam, boost my speed. Jam quickly jumped onto the roof of the car and transformed into something like a jet propulsion device. In an instant, the speed of Deadfire's vehicle mode doubled. Aiming at the ground bridge ahead, he quickly entered the green and blue vortex. I, Megatron, will never spare you, Tianming. Megatron watched angrily as the ground bridge and Deadfire disappeared before his eyes, while the severely injured Starscream was dug out and taken back to the Nemesis for treatment. At this moment, the 4 people on the ship looked at the surviving Deadfire. Tianming walked up to him and said sincerely, "Deadfire, I lied to you. Ever since I discovered you had left the Decepticons and chosen to wander, I had already formulated this plan." Subsequently, Tianming explained the external base plan in detail. Why did you do this? Although this plan almost killed him and he was very angry, Deadfire still asked with confusion. When we were at the external base, I sincerely invited you to join the Qianji Hall, and it is the same here. Deadfire, I need you to join us in reviving Cybertron. There is no deception this time. Tianming looked at Deadfire with extreme sincerity. He believed in Deadfire's self-awareness and also believed that Jam was a smart mini-con. Deadfire, I actually think this Qianji Hall is a pretty good place. Although Di Tianming is a bit annoying, he is undoubtedly a powerhouse. In some aspects, he even surpasses Optimus Prime and Megatron. Back at the external base, Jam had already started trying to persuade Deadfire, and this time, it was merely a matter of circumstances and speaking the truth. Fine, I agree to join your team, but I hope that if you encounter Knockout in the future, you will spare his life. Good. Welcome to the Qianji Hall. For Di Tianming, Knockout was not only Deadfire's friend but also a loyal individual who understood current trends and saw the situation more clearly than other Decepticons. Back on the Nemesis, Megatron had nowhere to vent his anger. Now, because of Starscream's undercover plan, Deadfire had betrayed the Decepticons. And besides Starscream, who was still being treated in the infirmary, Knockout, and Soundwave, he had no other capable subordinates. Suddenly, at this moment, Soundwave detected a gathering signal sent by two Decepticons. Soundwave, head to the location of the gathering signal at full speed. Soon, the Nemesis arrived at the place where the gathering signal was sent and picked up the two Decepticons. Barricade, reporting to Lord Megatron. Blackout, reporting to Lord Megatron. Megatron was very pleased to see Barricade and Blackout, especially Blackout, whose intelligence gathering capabilities were excellent. I remember Blitzwing evacuated Cybertron with you. Where is he? Lord, Blitzwing took a small spaceship to pursue an Autobot. We lost contact with him in the Sulfur-less galaxy, and we don't know where he is right now. Barricade looked at Megatron and answered respectfully. Optimus Prime and Di Tianming are both on this planet, along with two Decepticon traitors. We must eliminate them and then conquer this planet. Upon hearing that Optimus Prime was also there, Barricade and Blackout couldn't wait to find his location and kill him and his fellow Autobots. Of course, they were still somewhat afraid of Di Tianming. The technology Di Tianming controlled was only one thing. What they feared most was his twisted research. Knockout, how is Starscream's treatment coming along? Megatron arrived at the medical bay with Blackout and Barricade, his tone carrying a mix of feigned kindness and underlying anger. Oh. My lord, Deadfire is nowhere near as capable as Barricade and Blackout. With them, the Autobots in Qianji Hall are no match for us Decepticons. Lord Megatron, please give me another chance. Starscream looked at Megatron before him, terrified that he would immediately order Knockout to remove his transformation cog. Knockout, I hope you, like Starscream, will conduct yourself well. I detest traitors. Just as Megatron was leaving, Knockout, needing to regain Megatron's trust, spoke up. Lord Megatron, I previously conducted reconnaissance in the human world and accidentally discovered a human named Jack whom the Autobots are protecting. Perhaps we can start with him to locate the Autobot base and destroy the Autobots. Blackout, I leave this matter to you and Knockout to handle together. Afterward, Knockout and Blackout tracked down Jack's mother, June Darby, through Soundwave. The two moved quickly and arrived at Jack's house to lie in wait. In the middle of the night, a white car pulled up in front of the garage, with Jack and RC following behind. Mom, it's not what you think. This motorcycle is just my means of transportation. Jack looked at June Darby and explained. Jack, this is the third time you've snuck out past your curfew. And don't think I don't know about you street racing with others a while back. From today on, without my permission, you are to stay home and reflect, except when you're at work during the day. Also, your motorcycle stays in the garage. You'll be using a bicycle to get around. June Darby was furious and issued an ultimatum to Jack. At this moment, Blackout could no longer wait to seize the human named Jack, and to dispose of RC while he was at it. Knockout, come with me. You grab the human, and I'll provide cover. Remember, RC is mine. Fine, fine. Be careful, Blackout. RC is not easy to deal with. Having fought against RC and her team for so long, Knockout naturally knew of RC's strength. Blackout immediately transformed into his robot mode and charged toward RC. RC, where is Optimus Prime? I want to destroy him. June Darby was shocked to suddenly see a transformer, a creature made entirely of metal that could walk and talk. What kind of monster is this? Ah! Seeing Blackout drawing closer, RC quickly drove in front of Jack and June Darby. Jack, get your mom on board, now. As Jack and June Darby climbed onto RC's back, just as Blackout was about to touch her. Accompanied by the roar of a motorcycle engine, RC sped off down the road. Jack, how can this motorcycle talk? Jack looked at his mother, who was now beyond shocked, and explained with a hint of sadness. Mom, I've been meaning to explain this to you. Her name is RC, and she's my alien friend. I spend most of my time after school with them. June Darby was even more confused. Jack's implication was that there were more than just the three aliens here. At this moment, Blackout transformed into a green heavy-duty transport helicopter, chasing after RC, while Knockout also transformed into a red sports car, following closely behind her. RC, stop running. Leave those two human friends of yours behind. Blackout immediately fired two missiles at RC. RC dodged quickly, but this terrified June Darby, who had never seen such a spectacle before, causing her to scream. Blackout, watch it. My finish was just polished, don't scratch it. Knockout, in pursuit of RC, said to Blackout with a hint of anger. Seeing the situation, and needing to protect the two humans simultaneously, RC made an emergency call to Ratchet. Ratchet, Knockout and another Decepticon are attacking me. I need backup. Ratchet immediately locked onto RC's coordinates and opened a ground bridge, sending Bumblebee and Bulkhead to the rescue. By now, RC had been forced into an abandoned cannery, and her chassis had been hit by bullets, sustaining significant damage. Jack, take your mom and find a place to hide. After giving the instruction, RC quickly switched to her arm cannon and began firing at Blackout. Jack, unable to just stand by, immediately picked up the Cybertronian toy gun to help RC fight the enemy. At the critical moment, a blue vortex suddenly appeared, and Bumblebee and Bulkhead ran out from it. RC, is Jack alright? After checking on Jack, Bulkhead said to RC. RC, cover us. I'm going to charge in and smash these two Decepticons to pieces. Under RC's covering fire, Bulkhead switched to his wrecking ball and charged toward Blackout. Bumblebee, not to be outdone, transformed into his yellow Camaro form and activated his Stealth Force technology. His wheels extended outward, and the armor extending from his sides made his frame appear wider and incredibly sturdy. Three small guns appeared on the car's hood. Countless bullets sprayed out toward Knockout and Blackout, providing cover for Bulkhead. Blackout, the Autobot reinforcements have arrived. Retreat immediately. No. Subsequently, Blackout fired a missile at Bumblebee, but thanks to the Stealth Force armor, it did not cause significant harm to Bumblebee. At that moment, the charging Bulkhead swung his wrecking ball, striking Blackout directly in the chest and sending him flying. Knockout, where are you? As Blackout stood back up and saw the retreating back of Knockout in vehicle mode, he quickly transformed into his heavy-duty helicopter form and flew away rapidly. However, all the cleanup work fell to Agent Fowler, who arranged for people to minimize the commotion RC and the others had caused, as the battle had taken place right in Jasper. The next day, after resting for a day, Jack brought June Darby to the secret base. Mom, these are my alien friends, and also my sci-fi club. Jack introduced Ratchet and the others to June Darby one by one, which of course included Raph and Miko. Meanwhile, back on the Decepticon warship, Knockout and Blackout were scolded by Megatron because the mission had failed and they had not managed to extract the location of the Autobot base. Suddenly, Soundwave detected an abnormal magnetic flux signal. Megatron looked at it and said with slight pleasure. I think I recognize this signal. Soundwave, if this miraculous Decepticon invention were to fall into the hands of the enemy, that would be most unfortunate. My lord, please give me another chance. I will not let you down. Blackout desperately wanted a success, as his first new achievement since arriving on this planet to follow Megatron. Very well. Take Barricade with you. I do not wish to see failure again. Yes, Lord Megatron. Barricade and Blackout immediately went to prepare and headed toward the coordinates of the magnetic flux anomaly. According to the display on the signal detector, Blackout and Barricade quickly found the specific location of the magnetic flux anomaly. They dug frantically under a pile of boulders, and when they saw a blue iron glove, Barricade was overjoyed, because he had seen this weapon when he was guarding the gate on Cybertron. The magnetic gloves, a weapon that can control all metal. Lord Megatron should be very happy with this. Meanwhile, Black Crow and Skyquake also arrived at the scene, and Skyquake reported the situation to Tianming. My lord, the magnetic flux anomaly here is caused by the magnetic gloves, and both Barricade and Blackout are here. The magnetic gloves. Tianming was shocked to hear about this weapon, because using these gloves could control metal, and even crush mechanical lifeforms like them, which were made of alloys, directly. But after a moment's thought, Tianming had no intention of seizing them, and then ordered. Skyquake, you know the danger level of these magnetic gloves. Seize them if you can. If you can't, destroy them. Even the weapon fragments must not fall into the hands of the Autobots. What Tianming feared most were not the Decepticons, but the Autobots, because he had discovered through satellites during the skirmish between Blackout's team and the Autobots last night that Bumblebee had acquired stealth unit technology. This showed that a scientist must have appeared among the Autobots, and it was impossible for the Autobots not to detect the magnetic flux anomaly signal. Therefore, they must absolutely not be allowed to obtain the magnetic gloves or the fragments of the magnetic gloves, which would allow them to reverse engineer the magnetic gloves. Understood. Skyquake and Black Crow then landed, and at the same time, Blackout and Barricade also spotted them. Traitors among the Decepticons, you dare to come here. Barricade immediately activated the magnetic gloves. In an instant, a yellow barrier appeared on his arm. As he pressed the red button, a huge drilling machine not far away was controlled by the magnetic gloves, lifting from its original position and smashing towards Skyquake. Black Crow and Skyquake quickly dodged to the sides and rushed towards Barricade. Want to seize the magnetic gloves? Have you asked me? Blackout immediately drew his hand blades and charged at Skyquake. Skyquake, I will extinguish your spark, you traitor, and bring your corpse to Lord Megatron. Blackout, you couldn't beat me before, and it's the same now. The battlefield was now split, with Skyquake and Blackout engaged in fierce combat. Meanwhile, Barricade, wielding the magnetic power of the magnetic gloves, was firmly controlling Black Crow, making him unable to move. Tianming's men are nothing special. Once Blackout finishes off Skyquake, I'll bring you back. Lord Megatron will surely look at me with new eyes. Barricade was overjoyed to see that Black Crow was no match for him. At this moment, behind a pile of rocks only 200 meters away, Bulkhead and RC were watching everything below intently. Skyquake and Black Crow are fighting the two new Decepticons. Miko, who had snuck out with Bulkhead, said while sitting on Bulkhead's shoulder. Blackout, the old score hasn't been settled yet, and now Barricade has shown up. RC drew her pistols and fired at Barricade's right hand. With his right hand under attack, the magnetic gloves fell from Barricade's hand. Autobots. As Barricade roared, the four people fighting below all looked towards the Autobots. Taking advantage of this moment, Black Crow didn't hesitate and ran forward to grab the magnetic gloves on the ground. Don't even think about it. Bulkhead placed Miko in a safe spot and jumped down with RC. RC, relying on her petite frame, snatched the magnetic gloves. Hand over the magnetic gloves. Black Crow controlled the magnetic boomerang and rushed towards her quickly. RC dodged it with her petite and agile frame, but the magnetic gloves in her hand were cut, creating a crack. The magnetic flux contained within the magnetic gloves leaked out through the crack, and the resulting magnetic force attracted all metal within a 1 kilometer radius. Whether it was Black Crow, Blackout, or Bulkhead, all were pulled in by this leaking magnetic force. In an instant, the 6 of them crashed tightly together, looking just like a giant iron ball. Skyquake, when I break free, I will definitely kill you. What is going on? Why are we stuck together? Autobot, quickly use the magnetic gloves in your hand to separate us. I don't want to be stuck to an Autobot. Meanwhile, Miko, standing on a rock in the distance, saw such a harmonious scene and quickly took out her phone to take a picture. Bulkhead, Blackout is right next to you. Smash him for me and get revenge for Aunt June Darby. RC was speechless seeing Miko, who was just looking for trouble, and urgently contacted Ratchet. Ratchet, the 6 of us are stuck together. How do we separate? At this moment, Ratchet was also helpless, and Perceptor inside the base analyzed. A huge magnetic field has appeared within 1 kilometer of where you and Bulkhead are. If I'm not mistaken, it's caused by damage to the magnetic gloves. Ratchet was also shocked after hearing this. The magnetic gloves. That's terrible. To stop this phenomenon, you have to completely destroy them, and at the same time, it will generate a powerful anti-magnetic force. At this moment, RC wasn't the only one looking for a solution, the people from Kionji Hall were too. Black Crow, use the magnetic boomerang to completely destroy the magnetic gloves. The resulting anti-magnetic force will be enough to separate you all. Then, quickly collect the scattered fragments of the magnetic gloves. This order was also heard by Skyquake, who asked suspiciously. The magnetic boomerang I developed uses special anti-magnetic material, which is why the number of rotations increases as the distance increases. The magnetic boomerang has completely broken free from the constraints of the magnetic field. Black Crow and Skyquake looked at each other, everything understood without words, and then they said, "If you move again, no one will be able to leave for a while. Now listen to me, don't move. If someone gets hurt, I won't care. Wait, let Miko go back first." Bulkhead suddenly realized that Miko was still nearby. If the magnetic gloves were destroyed, the resulting anti-magnetic force would surely kill Miko. Autobot, it's just a human. Sure enough, after following Optimus Prime for so long, you've caught his disease of mercy. Barricade was very annoyed by Optimus Prime's benevolence. If he were truly benevolent, he should have obediently given up his leadership position during the war on Cybertron, which would not have led to the later destruction of Cybertron. Bulkhead, quickly notify Optimus Prime and have him take this human away. Otherwise, I don't mind killing her indirectly. Black Crow didn't have that much patience. Everything had to be based on Di Tianming's instructions as the highest priority. Now, in order to get rid of this fooled magnetic field, he had to make them stop moving so he could accurately control the boomerang to hit the target. Once the ground bridge opened and Bumblebee took Miko away, Black Crow quickly controlled the magnetic boomerang, analyzing the best route. The magnetic boomerang flew from his hand, changing its route as it hit rocks and was obstructed, and finally attacked the magnetic gloves with an extremely fast rotational speed. In an instant, the huge anti-magnetic force generated sent them flying thousands of meters away, while Skyquake and Black Crow quickly adjusted their states, transforming into jet planes to search for the fragments of the magnetic gloves that still carried a small amount of magnetism. At this moment, Barricade and Blackout, having failed their mission, quickly left the scene. As RC and Bulkhead stood up again and watched Black Crow and Skyquake picking up one fragment of the magnetic gloves after another, RC realized that things were not simple. Bulkhead, quickly look for the scattered magnetic gloves fragments. Di Tianming surely has a way to research the magnetic gloves from the fragments. We absolutely cannot let him get the fragments. In the time that followed, Bulkhead was responsible for suppressive fire, while RC was responsible for searching for the magnetic gloves. Just then, Optimus Prime and Bumblebee walked out of the ground bridge. Lord D. Tianming, Optimus Prime has mobilized all the Autobots to search for the fragments. Black Crow and Skyquake were truly a bit fearful as they faced the 4 Autobots. No matter how many pieces you found, come back. It doesn't matter if there are fewer fragments. Di Tianming really didn't want the Autobots to get the fragments, but he had to consider the lives of his subordinates. He couldn't lose 2 great combatants because of a few fragments. My lord, but didn't you say? Before Skyquake could finish, Di Tianming said seriously in a commanding tone. The fragments are dispensable to me, but your lives must never be lost. Di Tianming quickly opened the ground bridge for them. Touched. Black Crow and Skyquake quickly passed through the ground bridge and completely disappeared before Optimus Prime. Returning to the Minged, Skyquake and Green handed the 5 magnetic gloves fragments to Di Tianming. Not bad. Even if the Autobots obtain the remaining fragments, they will not be able to reverse engineer the magnetic gloves in the short term because they lack energon. In experimental research, whether it is energy research or weapon research, studying anything from scratch requires consuming a large amount of energon and alloy materials, so even if the Autobots want to research it, they cannot do so in the short term. Di Tianming took the magnetic gloves fragments into the laboratory. Shortly after, he brought out a blazing Gatling with 8 barrels and threw it to Skyquake. Skyquake, this is a new weapon I have equipped for you. The rate of fire is double your original Gatling, and the energy loss is 40% less than before. Thank you, my lord. Skyquake picked up the new weapon, loving it. He removed the Gatling from his back and equipped the blazing Gatling, finding that the pressure it produced was actually much lower than before. Di Tianming walked into the laboratory with pleasure, watching Blackarachnia, who had her transformation cog and vocal processor removed, performing a silent roar. Little spider, I have already obtained your insect genes. You are still of some use to me now, so do not roar when I am researching, even if it is silent. Di Tianming directly destroyed one of her spider legs as a warning. Several days later, due to Starscream's previous failures, the number of Decepticons cloned soldiers plummeted, and the stock of energon began to run short. Coupled with Starscream's stealthy behavior, Megatron had to take him to an abandoned energon mine that had already been mined out. Seeing the mining drills in front of him, Megatron was slightly angry. How interesting. Starscream. Useless fool. These mining machines should have been removed long ago, why are they still here? Starscream walked to the front, pretending to be angry as he looked at the mining drills he had hidden privately, pushing all the reasons onto the miners. That is also the answer I want to know. Before Starscream could answer, Megatron walked to a mine wall, smashed the surface with force, and pulled out a piece of raw energon, with 5 or 6 more inside. Is this an exhausted energon mine? You hoarded this energon for your own use, or you trying to betray me like Skyquake and the others? Megatron slowly approached the retreating Starscream, his fusion cannon aimed directly at his face. No, my lord, please listen to my explanation. Starscream, I was a miner before. Do you take me for a fool? You not only took the remaining dark energon in my body, but even inserted it into your own. I also know that when I was in stasis, you lost an arm. Megatron's fusion cannon began to accumulate energy. As long as he moved his finger, Starscream would undoubtedly die. How did you know? Starscream was terrified. If he turned and ran away now, he would most likely become a corpse. Soundwave is the most competent scout under my command, I trust him implicitly. And you, Starscream, although you are a traitor, you have nowhere else to go. Your repeated failures bring me some amusement, but you consistently bore me. You have reached the end of the line. Goodbye. Seeing that Megatron was about to fire and end his life, Starscream knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. My lord, I beg you, give me another chance. I beg you. Just at this moment, Megatron looked ahead. Jack and RC were behind a stone pillar. Autobots. Megatron fired directly at RC. Under the continuous cannon fire, the already hollowed-out abandoned mine lost its pillars and completely collapsed. Seeing this, Starscream hurriedly flew towards the outside of the cave, but he was buried before he could reach the entrance. Besides him, Megatron, RC, Jack, and Bulkhead and Miko, who were exploring deep in the mine, were all buried. Thousands of kilometers away, on the other side of the ocean, a small fighter ship was chasing another falling ship. Crosshairs, stop running. This living planet will be your graveyard. A red and white painted Decepticon was broadcasting the message widely through the ship's communication, so that crosshairs in the falling ship could receive it. Blitzwing, you are overthinking it. This planet will be your burial ground. Relying on his superb skills in controlling the ship, Crosshairs managed to pull up the ship, which had lost half of its power system. Subsequently, the roles of attacker and defender were swapped. Crosshairs controlled the ship to release 2 missiles, successfully hitting Blitzwing's ship. Both ships were falling downwards in a diagonal posture. Crosshairs, you are looking for death. Blitzwing quickly reached the cabin door, aimed at the landing point, and jumped down. Just as he was about to transform into a Cybertronian phantom jet. Not far from him, Crosshairs put on his goggles, jumped off the ship, opened his shoulder-folded parachute, and his green trench coat fluttered in the wind. He held dual guns and fired at Blitzwing. Go to hell, Blitzwing. Countless bullets shot towards Blitzwing, but Blitzwing transformed into a plane and quickly flew above him. Autobot weapons expert, you are finished. 2 missiles poured down, directly blowing up Crosshair's parachute, and his body also suffered significant damage, falling straight down from an altitude of 300 meters. Why is the ground so hard? I almost fell apart. Crosshairs, who had climbed back up, was kicked dozens of meters away. Blitzwing stepped on his chest, his left hand turning into a sharp spike. I am going to dig out your spark and offer it to Lord Megatron. Just at this moment, a green and blue vortex appeared not far away, and 2 robots walked out of it. Deadfire and Skyquake, you came just in time. I have been chasing this Autobot for a long time. It is perfect to let him experience the cruel punishment of the Decepticons. Blitzwing looked at Crosshairs under his feet again, very happy. He did not expect that there would be 2 Decepticon warriors on this planet, which meant that there must be more Autobots waiting for him to hunt. Da da da. Skyquake took out the blazing Gatling and fired at Blitzwing, while Deadfire transformed his hammer, and under Skyquake's fire suppression, quickly rushed towards Blitzwing. Megatron's deputy commander should be killed by me. Blitzwing did not know what was going on, so he rushed towards Deadfire head-on. With an over-the-shoulder throw, he knocked Deadfire to the ground, while Skyquake directly used his body to knock Blitzwing away. What kind of madness are you guys having? I order you to stop your behavior immediately. Blitzwing stood up, his hand cannon transformed and ready to fire, and looked at the 2 angrily. Blitzwing, let me see what your strength is like after not seeing you for so long. Skyquake took out a long blade and quickly slashed towards Blitzwing. Blitzwing did not have a long-handled weapon and could only dodge. He realized that if this stalemate continued, he would sooner or later die in the hands of these 2 traitors, who could not distinguish friend from foe. Blitzwing transformed back into a Cybertronian jet and flew towards the azure sky at full speed. That's the end of Part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.